Okay, we ready, gentlemen? The regular meeting of the Board of the Manatee County School District will come to order. Today's color guard, escorted by Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Viga, Senior Army Instructor. Members, Cadet Anna Mejia, Cadet Guadalupe Betancourt, Cadet Alexis De La Salas, and Cadet Caitlin Legaspi.
Mark times, march. Others reverse, march. Others hold. Others salute.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here, read. Others. Forward, march.
Thank you, cadets. Please be seated. Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, Dr. Green. As always, it's a great privilege to come here and present to you some of the shining examples of the kind of students, teachers, and staff members we have the School District of Manatee County, and tonight is no different. Last month, we brought to you, or last board meeting, we brought to you a group of students who had attained the level of all-state musician status. That status is given through the competitive process through the Florida Association of Musicians. And so to tell us more about that and to introduce another group of students that attain that status, we couldn't bring them all here during one meeting, is our District Visual and Performing Arts Curriculum Specialist, Julie Hebert.
Thank you, Ms. Hebert.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Dr. Green, and members of the board. This evening, it is my privilege to introduce to you some of our most outstanding young musicians who were selected for All-State Music Ensemble participation in 2018. The Florida All-State Music Ensembles are auditioned ensembles hosted by the Florida Music Education Association. Each year, musicians in grades 4 through 12 are invited to audition for spots to perform in all-state ensembles. Students begin working in May to prepare with their teachers for a grueling audition process, and auditions are conducted in September. Our elementary students' auditions are recorded and adjudicated by a virtual panel of judges, and the middle and high school auditions are live solo on-demand performances for a live panel of judges. The high school chorus audition also includes a written music theory exam. In 2018, approximately 1,000 students from Florida's 67 school districts were selected for participation in the 21 all-state ensembles. 48 of those students were from the School District of Manatee County. Congratulations, yes. These students rehearsed with their ensembles in Tampa last January. Each ensemble was conducted by a nationally acclaimed expert in music education, and final concerts were presented at the Tampa Convention Center for an audience of close to 3,000 attendees. This evening, I'm proud to present our all-state musicians who performed in the various middle and high school band and orchestra all-state ensembles. And assisting me tonight is band director from Hale Middle School, Mr. Carlos Galetti. Our first recipient is Sarah Hutchinson for All-State Middle School Band. Connor Landers for All-State High School Symphonic Band. Carly Phelps for All-State Middle School Band. Benjamin Rosasco for Allstate Middle School Band. Connor Sneed, Allstate Middle School Honor Band. Harriet Thompson, Allstate High School Honors Orchestra. And Elizabeth Williams, Allstate Middle School Honors Orchestra. On behalf of the district, I wish to thank the students for their hard work. We are proud of their remarkable achievements. I wish to thank their parents for supporting them, chaperoning and traveling to and from Tampa for this event. And I wish to thank their teachers who tirelessly work to provide a high-quality music education during school hours and after hours to prepare the students for their auditions. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Do we have any parents in the audience? If you could stand up, please. Now's the time to get a photo. So here we go. Ready? Got it? Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Judy. That was easy. Thank you.
Mr. Barber for recognitions.
Okay. Y'all should spread out like this. Yeah, spread out.
And you want us facing this way?
Yes. Y'all can just spread out. We're bringing everybody in groups today, so. If y'all could. Okay. Just spread out, hey, spread out across the front, facing the board. All right, this is a very special designation. As I said, we previously honored students, now we're honoring our school counselors. It just so happens that Mills Elementary School Counselor Larissa Bennett was named the Florida Counselor of the Year, Florida School Counselor of the Year by the Florida School Counselor Association last November. She received her award at the Florida School Counselor Association convention, which was held in Orlando. According to the FSCA, the School Counselor of the Year award honors the best of the best, counselors who are running a top-notch comprehensive school counseling program at either the elementary, middle, or high school level. This evening, Larissa is here with her fellow school counselors to address the contributions that school counselors make to the school district of Manatee County. So we love having them all, but I want to introduce you right now, the Florida School Counselor of the Year, Larissa Bennett. Larissa.
Thank you very much, and thank you for letting us all come and speak with you today. We couldn't fit all of the counselors in here, but we tried to do our very best at getting as many as we could. We did want to take a few minutes just to give you an update about our role as school counselors, because there's been a lot of changes throughout history. First and foremost, I have to honor the recognition here, and I am extremely humbled and very proud to represent Manatee County and the state of Florida. And in January, I get an all expenses paid trip to Washington, D.C., where hopefully I will get to meet the Michelle Obama to find out who wins the National Counselor Award. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity as well. With this recognition, I have had some amazing opportunities come. I've been able to meet with counselor leadership, educational leadership, and government leadership. Unfortunately, I was asked to sit on the governor's roundtable after the Parkland shootings, which was an honor for sure, but certainly not a reason as to why to have to go and meet with our government leaders at that time. There are a lot of misconceptions about the role of school counselors, not only in Manatee County, but all over. They're paired up with the reality of how our roles have been defined by district and state leaders going back decades and decades. I was recently in a meeting at my school where we transitioned fifth graders to middle school. Middle school representative came over and was telling the parents at this meeting that their child needed to find an advocate at the middle school level because the guidance counselors simply don't have the time to do it. They are more test coordinators than anything else. Broke my heart as an elementary school counselor, sending my wonderfully talented students to middle school to hear that they needed to find an extra advocate for them. School counseling has been around since the Industrial Revolution. It's an old profession and has many positive changes. Unfortunately, in the 1970s, schools and districts and states began redefining the roles of school counselors to more of a guidance counselor model that most of you might be familiar with. It wasn't until 2002 when the national model for school counseling was developed and released. This model provides a solid definition of the role of school counselors as certified licensed educators with a minimum of a master's degree in school counseling to address all students' academic, career, and social, emotional, and developmental needs. The national model provides a framework for school counseling programs, competencies for school counselors, a format for data collection and analysis, and it provides districts with a highly research-based system of accountability that proves when the role of a school counselor is implemented as intended, student academic achievement increases. Melissa from Braden River will share the work that she and Tracy have done at Braden River Middle School. Sorry,
Whoa, you went all the way through.
sorry, I was putting it back.
There we go. So we have two counselors at Braden River Middle School. I don't know why this is just
I'll
clicking
just
all
hold it,
over
I'll
the
hold it,
place.
I'll hold it.
We have two counselors at Braden River Middle School, and we have 1,156 students. Why is that doing that?
I don't know. Sorry.
At the beginning of the year, we had what we call minute meetings. We met with each student one-on-one for a total of 1 minute. We asked them a series of questions to determine which students had needs for counseling. And you can see here I pulled just the data from 8th grade, and we had 331 8th graders that we met with. Out of those students, 191 students said, I need counseling. There's things that I need help with. My parents are going through a divorce. I'm dealing with anxiety and depression. I have a hard time controlling my temper and my emotions. Someone in my family has passed away. So that's 191 students just in the 8th grade alone. And in order to provide those services, if we were to take just the 8th graders, those 191 8th graders, and we left out the 6th and 7th graders, we did nothing else the whole school day. We didn't meet with parents or teachers. We didn't do schedule changes or testing or any of the other things that we have to do. Even if we skipped our lunch break, we only had about 18 minutes a week to meet with those students. So we know that that is not going to be efficient. And so here's what we did instead. We met with each student that reported they needed counseling. We assessed a little bit further. We found that some of those needs were temporary things that we could do some problem solving and they could move on. We referred a lot of students to outside agencies for counseling, and we know that 22 of those students had families that followed up on that referral. We worked with our school psychologist and social worker. They each ran one group once a week on the one day that they are there in our building. They also see 8 to 10 kids for weekly individual counseling. We ran 7 groups for 41 students total, and we identified 33 students for weekly individual counseling. And that number has grown throughout the year. We visited classrooms where every student received classroom lessons on topics that students identified as the biggest problems for them. And of the 512 students that said they needed ongoing counseling in our school, only 96 of those students were we able to meet with on a regular basis. We had to choose which students would receive those services that they said they need. We had to choose, and that's why we're here today. The reason for that is because our caseload is around 600 students each for 2 counselors, and the American School Counseling Association recommends a 250 to 1 ratio. We have other duties that take us away from counseling, things like being a testing coordinator, managing 504s, things like that. We meet with students for academic counseling, so if they're not on track to meet promotion requirements. We manage crisis that happens in our school, suicide risk assessments. And you can see the number here, and that grew today. Even today I had a student that was Baker acted. So we've had 12 total, now 13 this entire year, and some of them more than once. We also meet for students for problem solving, just for temporary things. They just need somebody to talk to that day. And we average about 12 students per day that ask to come and speak to a counselor. So here's the results of what we did. Of those 96 students who said at the very beginning of the year, I need some counseling, 89 of those students that we met with were successful in passing all 4 of their core classes this year. And you can see some other students, moved or other things. The data also shows attendance and behavior improved. I've got all of that data, but in the interest of time, we're not sharing all of that today. But of the 416 students that said they needed that ongoing counseling but did not receive it, there's 209 students there that said, I need help, and now they're on that in danger of failing list. And we know that impacts the district's graduation rates as a whole, because if they're not passing in middle school, we know what that looks like for them in high school and beyond. So we wanted to share that information with you. I've got lots more data, but I tried to keep it as simple as we could.
So under the direction of Dr. Green, Manatee County has come a long way to support the school counselors who are standing here. District language continues to change from the old guidance counselor to who we are, which are school counselors. School counselor to student ratios are matching the state average thanks to the addition of school counselors at our larger school sites. The district has provided test coordinators at high schools so that counselors can continue to have office time and see students during high stakes exams, which we know is when a lot of our anxiety increases. The district has also provided deans and student support specialists who help to investigate bullying so that counselors can provide supports to the students involved in those situations. We've been provided clerks to help us with managing files and paperwork so our time can be spent directly working with students. However, at some of our schools, quite a few of our schools, these additional roles have not had a direct impact on the counselor's time or role at all. Duties that were alleviated by one have been replaced by another. Many of our school counselors obtained their master's in school counseling prior to the release of the national model in 2002. There's no school counseling department in Manatee County to assist with competencies, training, advocacy, or professional support. We are very fortunate to have Shirley Hurley as our single support person in the district office, but she serves many roles and is not solely dedicated to school counseling. With Shirley's guidance, we as counselors have tried to implement a district counseling framework, but it has been rejected at each pass. A framework would support the work of our school counselors to address the academic, social, emotional, and college and career needs of all of our students. Top-rated districts who outperform us each year, including Broward, Collier, St. John's, Palm Beach, and Duval counties, have recognized the impact of school counseling that it has on student achievement and have dedicated school counseling departments and district counseling frameworks with expectations that all schools follow. As part of the roundtable discussions with Governor Scott, I am well aware of the multifaceted plan that needs to be put in place in Manatee County to ensure all of our students' safety. We are here to ask that the district looks at revamping the access that students have to dedicated mental health counselors, that you first take a fiscally responsible look at the resources you already have in your buildings. School counselors are on the front lines of mental health every day. Many of us are licensed mental health counselors, and we are asking to leave the 1970s behind by having further dialogue with district leadership to ensure that our students in Manatee County have the full access that they deserve to the school counselors at their schools by supporting our roles and allowing us to do the jobs that we are trained to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I could ask y'all to come in front, you stay right here.
Stay right here.
If all the school counselors could come in front, we want to get a picture with the school boards. If y'all could come in front, and then Dr. Green, if you could come down here for a moment. Maybe come Dr. Green has a special presentation. So. Sure.
We are so excited for what you have done for our school district, and we know that you are just a representative of many great things that our school counselors do for our students. But this is to present you the Superintendent Coin of Excellence in recognition of being named Florida School Counselor of the Year, signed by Dr. Green and signed by our school board chair, Dr. Scott Holmes.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We would also like to recognize her husband, who's been a great support since you. Why don't you come up and take a picture with your mother? We'll get one. Oh, you blocking half of the.
We're fine. Great, thank you. One more group. All right.
Mr. Barber.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, come on down, everyone. If you guys could come on down here, please. The volunteers. Well, we've brought students forward, the All-State musicians. We brought the Florida School Counselor of the Year. But public education is a community-wide effort, and tonight's last celebration is a recognition of that. Tonight we are recognizing the Outstanding School Volunteer Awards for the 2017-2018 school year. To tell us more about that, here is District Community Engagement Specialist Deborah Perry Gambino.
Good evening, Board Chair, Board members, and Superintendent Green. It is my honor to introduce Manatee County's outstanding school volunteers for the 2017-18 school year. These unique individuals truly make a difference in the lives of our students and staff. Ty Wilcox, a senior at Lakewood Ranch High School, was nominated by Myakka Elementary and chosen as the Youth Volunteer of the Year. Principal Kathy Price would like to say a few words.
Good evening. It is my true pleasure to introduce Ty Wilcox to you. I wanted to share a little bit about some of the things that he did for our school. He did attend Myakka City Elementary as a student. His family is very involved, and his family has done a remarkable job bringing him up. His character is flawless. He helped us with every PTO function. He helped us with our Christmas parades. He helped us at the beginning of the year get our textbooks ready for our teachers. He's helped us with our lab. He helped set up our I can go on and on. Patrols and our studio equipment. He helped our news crew get set up. And the biggest, he was my lifesaver during Hurricane Irma. He was my right hand, my tech person on call. I gave him a radio and said, Ty, help. And whenever it was, whether it was 2 a.m. or 5 a.m, he was available, and he did so with an amazing spirit. So it is my pleasure to introduce Ty Wilcox to you.
Volunteer of the Year for 2017-18. This certificate is awarded to Ty Wilcox in recognition of valuable contributions to Myakka Elementary School. What a wonderful job and great testament to everything that you have done for that wonderful little school out there. Thank you.
Penny Gray is a grandparent of 2 Bashar students and was nominated by Bashar Elementary for her contributions and dedication as the Adult Volunteer of the Year. Principal Joshua Bennett and Assistant Principal Beth Marshall would like to recognize Mrs. Gray.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Green. I am here and have the distinct honor of acknowledging our outstanding Bashar Outstanding Volunteer of the Year, Miss Penny Gray, who is being recognized by the district as the Adult Volunteer of the Year. Miss Gray is a grandparent of 2 precious Bashar students and has been involved in assisting in our school and teachers and has earned a stellar reputation across our school campus. She has volunteered with each of the kids' teachers at least 1 day per week for 4 years equally, which adds up to hundreds of volunteer time to benefit our students and staff. She is described as a person who just sees what needs to be done and does it, a trait so deeply appreciated by teachers as they work so hard to get everything done. In addition to her work in the classroom, Ms. Gray volunteers in our media center, our book fair, and our school cafeteria. She is truly willing to help in any way needed. Her list of accomplishments is lengthy and includes helping students on RADS Kids read passages and take quizzes, making vocabulary cards, providing rewards and incentives towards goals using teacher language to reinforce skills, giving fluency tests, and recording those results. She even loaned a teacher an iPad so that he could make a Nearpod lesson. Making students feel loved and appreciated and donating items for students and parents when they are in need. A great summary of Mrs. Gray's work was a teacher who said, "Penny will do anything to help the students accomplish their goals and enhance their learning environment." It is without a doubt that Bashar Elementary is a better place because of Miss Gray, and we are very fortunate to have her on our volunteer team. We know that her work exemplifies the work of outstanding volunteers all across our district, and we are proud to see her as a representative of those valued contributors. Thank you and congratulations to Miss Gray.
Congratulations for being the Outstanding Adult School Volunteer of the Year for 2017-18. This certificate is awarded to Penny Gray in recognition of valuable contributions to Bashar Elementary School, and we are so appreciative of what you do for the children. Thank you.
Finally, Manatee County's Senior Volunteer of the Year is Bruce Deach, a former district teacher and now volunteer at Sugg Middle School who was nominated for his commitment to education. Principal Ann McDonald would like to share a few words about the difference that Mr. Deach has made at the school.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Green. I'm here to introduce to you, and don't get fooled by the word senior. This gentleman brings energy to Sugg Middle School every single day. He has more energy than some of our youthful members of our staff. He taught at Sugg Middle School for 40 years and then came back and did 3 years of volunteer work. Every single day he's on time. He shows up every day. You would think he was a regular employee of Sugg Middle School. He goes around and he goes and he takes all the new students when they enter the school and he gives them a tour of the school. He does clerical work. He does hallway monitoring. When we are lacking subs, he goes in the classroom and he's a substitute teacher. Really, he's very valuable to Sugg Middle School, and I don't know what we would do without him. So I congratulate Mr. Deach as the Senior Volunteer of the Year.
Mr. Deach, congratulations for being the Outstanding Senior School Volunteer, and it's like senior in high school. Senior School Volunteer of the Year 2017-18. This certificate is awarded to Bruce Deach in recognition of valuable contributions to Sugg Middle. You do know we have vacancies, so you could apply for a real job. If you're working that hard, you could apply for a real job. I'm sure Ms. McDonald would hire you. Yeah.
Final notes, and I'm happy to tell you that 2 of our outstanding volunteers also received an honorable recognition by Commissioner Pam Stewart as the State of Florida Region 4 Youth Volunteer and Senior Volunteer of the Year. Both Ty and Bruce received an additional award recognizing their dedication at the state level. Congratulations and thank you to all of our outstanding volunteers, and we hope they will continue their service to our schools.
Yeah, if I could have you all move over this way just a little bit. That's good right there. Move over just this way. Okay. Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, thank you very much.
Congratulations and thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Members, the chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the January 23rd, 2018 agenda, updated January 22nd, 2018, and posted to the district website.
Mr. Chair,
Yes?
I would like a motion to amend the agenda.
I'm getting to that. We're on the agenda, so
Yeah, that,
do
so
I have
that's
a
why.
motion to amend it? Yeah, no, I was just introducing the
Oh, so
agenda.
we don't have a motion to approve yet, so.
No.
I'll-
I'm just doing my reading of the statement that I needed to read, and now
I'd
we
like a-
were on approval of the agenda.
Gotcha. So I'd like to make a motion to approve it with an amendment.
Okay. So moved.
It's a really simple one. I would like to make a motion to
You're-
reorder. That's all. Just to
You
reorder.
are recognized to explain your motion.
I don't have a second yet, but,
Was it second?
thanks, Gina. My idea is I would just like to move, since we have so many people here for the public hearing, to move the public hearing to be our next item before reports and presentations.
Mr.
Chair, I understood the chair to read January in the script.
I'm sorry, that's on my script. I apologize. No, good catch, good catch. You're, great catch, great catch. That is on my script, January.
Last I checked, it was April 10th.
I think you're correct. Now, just for verification, right?
It absolutely does. It January
No, that was
23rd.
a fantastic catch, Mr. Minor. I will, may I start again on that, and I'll just.
I think that would be permitted.
All right,
Okay.
so the chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the April 10th, 2018 agenda, which was updated, I believe, on April 9th, 2018, and posted to the district website. Members, we are now on the agenda.
Starting over. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the order of the agenda, please.
Is there a
Yeah,
second?
we're just starting over. So
Having been
again-
moved and seconded, Mr.
Chair?
Kennedy, would you, what?
He hasn't made his motion yet.
That's what I,
Yeah, yeah.
hey, that's
He's
why I
been
wanted him to
recognized.
explain his motion.
Yeah, he's
before
been
we second-
recognized to make the motion, now he can make it, and after he makes
Yeah,
it,
you're
then it's open for seconding.
You're recognized for your motion, Mr. Kennedy.
I thought I did make it. I would like to I want to make a motion to amend the agenda to reorder it, to move the public hearing to our, what will be our next item of business.
I will second that.
Having been moved and seconded, any debate, any objections? Without objection, show the agenda amended for the public hearing to,
I think we,
oh, what?
Don't listen to him.
Well, let's go to debate then. Mr. Cologne, you're recognized for debate.
Yeah, I don't understand why we're changing the agenda. What, you just want to clear the room?
Mr. Chair?
For response, Mr. Kennedy.
No, I don't want to clear the room at all. There's just a lot of people here for this item, and I think we should get to it right away because there's so many people here for it.
Okay.
You're going to take your shoe off next time. Whatever.
Mr. Minor?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that everybody in this room came to hear my report concerning what occurred at the Central Florida Public School Board Coalition, and would like to hear that first. But I think Mr. Kennedy has a good point, and I support that motion. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Vice Chair Messenger.
Just for the record, I can't wait until you get it.
I know you can. That's it.
Any further debate?
No.
Hearing none. I think without objection, show the agenda amended to move the public hearing regarding the North River High School to the first agenda item following the approval of the agenda.
Correct.
Members, are there any further amendments?
No.
Okay, hearing none, I will call for the approval of the agenda as amended.
Mr. Chair, you will need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
As amended.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will make that motion.
Mr. Kennedy, having moved to approve the agenda as amended, is there a second? Having seconded by Vice Chair Messenger, members, we are on the approval of the agenda as amended, moving the public hearing for the North River High School to the first agenda item. On debate, Mr. Minor.
No. Aren't we going to have any screen up there about?
It's bothering me too.
And
It's,
which we'll have to take a recess to do that, but we can certainly try.
well, I think it's necessary in order to, have our votes reflected on the screen and in the system, even though we take an oral vote. It's not turned on the screens. I can't see it, at least.
Just a suggestion, for the purposes of approving the agenda as amended, if we could approve the agenda.
And do it orally. I have no objection to that, but I'm just,
Okay.
and then take a recess to get it going, I think.
Okay, so let's approve the agenda first. Let's just do a voice vote. All in favor of approving the agenda as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Mr. Minor, would you like to make a motion to recess for the purposes of resetting the computers?
So moved.
I
think
think
it
the
does.
motion fails with a lack of a second.
I agree.
Members, we will now move to the agenda as amended, and we will, let's see, we recess the,
Yeah.
okay, I got, now that everything's moved. Okay, so I am going to close the regular meeting, and we will open the public hearing on the North River High School. Superintendent Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend approval of the of an amendment to Policy 5120, Student Assignment, based on the recommendation of Subcommittee B due to the opening of North River High School.
All right, the superintendent has made a recommendation.
Oh, sorry. So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, having been moved and seconded,
discuss
Now we will move into debate.
There's,
or comment as well.
And hold on, I've got, Mr. Minor,
I thought
you're
there was-
recognized for debate.
Well, I thought there would be there might be some people who have public comment on this issue. I just have a feeling about that.
Okay. Vice Chair, would you like to handle the public comment in the public hearing on the North River High School?
I sure would. As of right now, I have 6 people have signed up for public comment on this topic. After those people go, then I will call for anyone else that'd like to come up and make a public comment, okay? And just to reiterate, since we will have a large volume of people that would like to come up and speak, and I'm happy to hear everybody, but if somebody has already voiced the same opinion as you, you can always just say, hey, I agree with the person that just spoke, or I don't agree with, or not I don't agree, but hey, I agree with the person that just spoke, and reiterate it so that it can be expedited and you can say, I share that opinion. So I will start with Allison Bergman, and then after Allison Bergman will be Mr. Gibolina. Oh, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Dr. Green, board members. The number of students who are eligible for free and reduced lunch is a race-neutral factor used to determine the numbers of lower socioeconomic status students attending a school, and it is associated with decreased student academic performance. This is important to note because in all 3 plans submitted by the chosen committees regarding attendance zones for North River High School, that number is increased for Palmetto High School. In the plan submitted by committees B and C, however, it is significantly increased. In fact, the lunch status numbers for Palmetto High School proposed by committees B and C are 64% or higher. It would not then take long for PHS to become eligible for a Title I-A federal grant. As a parent, I find it unacceptable that the only public high school serving the city of Palmetto could be in danger of becoming a Title I-A school because of what I have been to understand is a busing issue. Now, it was also pointed out to me that Title I-A federal grant money is not necessarily a bad thing. But the fact remains that that money does not necessarily address all the root causes of poverty and the other reasons for low academic achievement. It does not find jobs for unemployed parents. It does not buy clothes for students. It does not pay for the family's rent or mortgage. It does not treat or prevent substance abuse or mental illness. And it does not prevent domestic violence and child neglect. Moreover, I am aware of what a Title I-A designation may mean for the community as a whole in regard to property values. No one seeks to move into a community whose only high school is a Title I-A school. I urge you to choose the plan submitted by Committee A. While it is not perfect, it is the most equitable of the 3 plans in this regard. If the district's ultimate goal is to earn an A grade, then it is the district's and the community's best interest to ensure that we, Manatee, have 7 high-performing high schools by ensuring and reducing risk factors, not adding to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gibolina, and then after Mr. Gibolina will be Shirley Groover Bryant.
Good evening, Glenn Gibolina for the record, taxpayer and community activist. So, North River High School and the redistricting, I'll be coming up on my 50th year anniversary for high school, and I don't know what the big consensus is, but you go to school where you live. I mean, what is so difficult about doing a radius from that point and going out 2 miles and saying, okay, we've got 200 or 300 kids, we need 500 more, let's go out 4 miles. Do it either in a square or a circle, and when you hit your limit, that's your school district.
Amen.
I mean, I don't know what's so difficult. What's so difficult on the logistics of this, to bus people. You know, we're fighting for more time for lunch and recreation, but we'll let a student sit on a bus for 45 minutes in traffic doing nothing because they're traveling farther than the closest school. As a taxpayer, it makes no sense to me. So I think you need to rethink this redistricting, keep it within the local area. My second issue with North River High School is, again, it's not a shelter. He didn't come up with the funds, nor did the county step up to the plate to come up the funds to make that a bona fide hurricane shelter. I'm disappointed in that. I'm more disappointed in the architectural and builder firm that did not allow public input into that. So I hope we don't make that mistake again. My third issue is, of course, renewable energy at that school. Not one renewable component on $90 million. We're in the sunshine state, folks. Renewable is here, it's gonna stay here, it's not going anywhere. You had an opportunity to make this a showpiece for renewable energy, and you haven't done that. My fourth and last issue is to our teachers, to the new teachers coming in. You should be in the housing business. I did a records request on the vacant land that the school owns. You have hundreds of pieces of property, hundreds of acres. Look what Pinellas is doing. They're building affordable housing for the millenniums that are coming in. They don't need to live in Lakewood Ranch and mega houses. They're happy with 300 or 400 or 500 square feet. And now, when you come in and you're only making 45 or 50,000, and you have to spend 1,500 for rent, that's a big chunk of your income. And I think we should be in the affordable housing business. You should be building these affordable housing units next to the schools that we're building. And you will keep your teachers, the recidivism rate would be much longer, and those are my comments. And as a taxpayer, I would appreciate that you take them under consideration.
Thank you. Mayor, and then after Ms. Bryant, we will have Brian Williams.
Good evening, board member and staff. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak. One of the things I was going to say, many of the things I was going to say, Allison has already commented on those. But what I would ask you each one to look at where we're starting at percentage-wise, and look at what you are looking to vote for this evening for option B. I think it's very detrimental, and Ms. Bergman touched on one of the very valid points. Not only is it a challenge with the higher percentage of the low economics, also it just is on a path to become a Title I-A school. That has a tremendous impact on the property values in the city of Palmetto, and it's very detrimental. I do not believe that this has been totally communicated and given the public forum that it deserves to have, because many in the community were not aware that this was occurring this evening, and they feel very shortchanged. And one of the things I would say is, we've talked about the roads issue, and we've talked about not having enough outreach to the community. This is another issue just like that, because in all likelihood, within a year, this will be a Title I-A school. We all know what that means. It's more challenges for the school. It's more challenges for the school board. And I would tell you on each thing, when we talk about the SRO officers, those are not just paid for by the school board. Palmetto has been a partner with that all along. We've provided those all along. We're very well aware of the situation in the schools in the city of Palmetto. I would urge each one of you to look at what you are doing and go back and reconsider. Do not vote on this evening. I challenge you, look back at what item the Committee A has brought forward. Look at that in terms of the impact on the community. And I would ask you also to share this more with the community. I know different parts of the community, the county and so forth, they come and have forums, and they have where the community can come to other locations rather than to come here and ask questions. And not so much in as a county or a school board meeting, but to allow them to ask specific questions. That has not been done with this, because I would tell you, you would not, if everyone knew about this in the city of Palmetto and they were more aware, you would have to move this meeting to the Civic Center. And I would tell you, I would urge you to reconsider this. Do not vote on this issue this evening. Do not take this measure if you are going to be selecting option B. It is very detrimental, and it is not equitable. And I know that the school board has been under mandates in the past, under court orders, to be equitable and to bring everybody to the same level and have equitable services and locations. So I would ask you to please reconsider this. It is not in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Williams, and after Mr. Williams is Mr. Chapman.
Good evening, board members. I'm glad to be here. I think that what you've done with our system has been tremendous. What you're about to do is not going to be good. You take a look at the numbers that public has and what we've been shown. I wonder how many public meetings have you had, workshops, discussing the redistricting? Have you had a lot? I haven't heard of them all, so maybe I'm missing something in the paper. But the point is that I think that you're going backwards. When you're changing the district to the district that you're looking at, Plan B, it's not to the benefit of Palmetto. It's not to the benefit of anybody, except you're trying to change what history has told us we need to get away from. And under the court orders that you were under for many, many years, which you just came out of, there's no reason to take a step backwards. What you need to do tonight is a motion to reconsider this, or actually just don't even go with this at this time. Table it, come back, talk about it, have more public meetings. As the mayor said, have it at a larger venue, because you can't fill this room as much as you can in the Civic Center. We will have a lot of people there. Please reconsider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chapman, and then Kinzer. I'm getting better.
Good evening, Dr. Green, members of the board. I hope by now you all know my name, but just in case, my name is Brady Chapman. I'm the father of 3 students. I am the husband of a kindergarten teacher. I am a resident of Greyhawk Landing. And I hope this is the end of this saga. For the past few months, you guys have all been gracious enough to listen to our concerns, both in person at board meetings, at our neighborhood roundtable, via email, and in other conversations. In that time, we've presented our case for keeping our neighborhood zoned for Lakewood Ranch High School. I would like to just reiterate those highlights tonight. First, the distance from Greyhawk Landing to the new school. Last month, the school transportation department presented erroneous information. It stated the distance to be just over 6 miles. That's not correct. The distance is 12 miles. I sent each of you a map showing you the correct distance. I've got copies tonight if you need it again. To reiterate, the new high school will not be the closest high school, or the second closest high school, or the third, or the fourth closest high school to Greyhawk Landing. In fact, this building is just about as close to the new high school as Greyhawk Landing. Number 2, the time it will take for families to get to and from the school. Bus times are only part of the equation. Parents will still have to pick up their kids for sports, clubs, theater, and other school spirit activities. Parents will be unduly burdened with the extra hours to take their kids to and from doctors, orthodontists, and various outside activities in Lakewood Ranch. I had the opportunity to show some of you a video of what it's like trying to go north on Upper Manatee River Road over the bridge in the afternoon. I hope you all can remember that. Zoning our neighborhood to the new school will absolutely put a burden on our kids' ability to participate in extracurricular activities. Number 3, school safety. We don't want our kids waiting at a bus stop before 6 a.m. We don't want our kids who are driving to have to navigate the drive over the river on a 2-lane road, especially in foggy, dark mornings. Number 3, the next new school will certainly be in Lakewood Ranch. Whether it's on Lorraine, on 64, it will certainly be there. And at that time, Greyhawk Landing will certainly get zoned again. I think at that time, though, you'll find that there's not the same opposition. This isn't completely about a love for Lakewood Ranch High School, but rather the desire for families not to endure the burden of time and distance, just in the interest of populating a new school, one that will quickly fill up anyway with the growth slated for the north part of the county over the next few years. Number 4, there is a precedent for Greyhawk Landing to be carved out for school zones. Currently, our neighborhood is carved out on the elementary map to be zoned for Gullet. We are the only neighborhood north of State Road 64 that is carved out. I have a map of those boundaries here. Happy to give you one of those. Greyhawk Landing, and other neighborhoods connected and exiting onto 64, specifically Mill Creek, Country Creek, are the legacy neighborhoods that built Lakewood Ranch. Our neighborhoods have that history at that school. The 40-some kids that live in Greyhawk Landing deserve to continue that tradition. If the vote tonight is limited to approving option B, I'm asking that you follow the precedent sent by the elementary school map and vote to carve out Lakewood Ranch, Greyhawk Landing, and the adjacent neighborhoods that exit onto State Road 64. Thank you for your time. Anyone? You good?
Okay. Hi, Dr. Green, board, chairman, I appreciate your time. I'm going to talk really fast because 3 minutes isn't that long. So, just to recap, I am a proud member of Committee A. I was chosen to be a part of that. It was a fabulous process, and we were all given certain rules, boundaries, and guidelines. One of those committees followed those rules, boundaries, and guidelines. That's Committee A. It's the only one that did it. My question is, if we as a county are not going to follow our own rules, what rules are we following? Why go through the process? You guys could have picked the map and kind of said, hey, this is what we're going to do. That could have been an option, because that's kind of what's happening. I ask that you don't vote for Committee B's today. I'm not saying Committee A's is perfect. By no means am I saying that. But at least it shows some equality. It gives Palmetto High School a chance. I'm not going to reiterate what Mayor Bryant said or what Allie said, but I know then the argument is going to be transportation. But my argument then would have been, way going back, maybe this wasn't the right place when the giant overpopulation is Lakewood Ranch. I agree. They don't want to go over the river and through the woods. But they're going to have to, because that's the purpose of the school, which we do and we understand. We're in a very tough position, and you guys are really in a tough position, so I don't envy any of it. I really don't. But looking forward, even in the goal tonight that you have stated that you want to implement pathways for academic excellence that lead to college, career, or readiness in a global society, we want that too. But if we're going to not look at things equitably, we're going to dump on Palmetto High, we're going to put a burden on Palmetto High, and in a community that, I get lighting, fun, in a community that's really quite passionate. I mean, and we all are, obviously. But looking forward, I'm hoping we hear your voice that's going to help support Palmetto, that's going to support a little more of equality across all these 4 schools that are being affected. Unfortunately, the last meeting that we came to, Ms. Messenger, you said, and I'll quote, I'll paraphrase, but I will use your verb, that you hate to cannibalize Palmetto. That was a terrible choice of words, because you're our representative. And in that moment, we didn't have that voice on the board. We need a voice on the board to start looking out for Palmetto. We have a fabulous program. Our kids are amazing. But what this has done, it's ignited a fire in Palmetto, and I will agree with them. I ask that you postpone this, you reiterate, you rethink this, you start listening, because we have an amazing program with ACE, and I encourage all of you to understand it. I also understand community schools, but we welcome everybody in Palmetto, and we are one community. Manatee County is one community, and we ask that you just rethink this and also just continue to support Palmetto High.
Thank you. That concludes everyone that had already signed up for public comment. Now we will open it up to anyone else that would like to come up and make a public comment. I ask that when you come up and make a public comment, that you please make sure that you state your name clearly and spell it for the record, so that Mrs. Boyes can make sure that it's in the system. And you are welcome. Come on up.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Danielle Corney, Korney. Okay.
Can you do that one more time? I'm sorry.
K as in kilo, Orney.
Thank you.
And the reason I'm coming up here to speak is because I really feel that B is the best option right now. I'm sorry. When you look at the maps, the only thing you're doing is you're taking Twin Rivers and Rivers Reach and putting them in Palmetto. That creates an 1.5-hour bus ride for kids. Everybody says that we don't hear about these meetings. My son is right now at All Children's Hospital. He's having chemo today. He's on his 14th round, and I have made it to both of your meetings because it is important. So when I hear that you don't know that it's happening, I don't understand it. But all you're doing by not voting for B is asking maybe 4 or 5 kids in my community to carry the burden of keeping Palmetto not a whatever district, Title I. That doesn't make sense to put this type of burden on 5 kids, to make them drive an hour and a half on the bus, one way. You want to talk about getting to school, leaving to school at 6 a.m.? It is 18 miles away. And like somebody else said, every high school is closer to us. Lakewood Ranch, Braden River, and I don't even know what, but they're all closer to us than in the new school. We are 5 miles away from the new school. And you're asking us, and if you really want to talk about when you go to do that map, that little bridge made a lot of things closer. Waterleaf is even closer to Palmetto than we are. But so that's all I wanted to say is I'm really upset when I hear that the burden of keeping Palmetto not a title at once it goes on 5 kids. Just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corney.
Thank you. My name's Karen Ramsey, R-A-M-S-E-Y. Mr. Chapman is a representative of a lot of us Greyhawk Landing individuals. My daughter will be in high school the year the new one opens. She is currently at Hale and takes an hour to get home with the current busing situation. When we start busing these children that many miles, they lose out on opportunities to hold jobs. It takes away opportunities for programs these kids have planned for. My daughter wants to do a culinary program at Manatee Tech her junior year. That goes out the window because there's no way to get her from that school to Manatee Tech. Keep the schools, keep the communities by the schools they're in. That makes sense. I went to school at the closest school to where I lived. Keep the children who go to school together. They know each other. There's camaraderie. There's a reason why our community is upset about this. We have children who will be split at different schools, having different opportunities. And the amount of time that these children are going to have to be on a bus to leave our community to go across a bridge that already isn't supporting the number of people in this area is outrageous. It absolutely should not be happening. And I ask that you please consider Greyhawk Landing either outside of where you want to redistrict to and any other community that you're talking an hour and a half for these children to be on a bus. That takes away their opportunity as high schoolers to do good things because they're wasting time getting to and from school when they should be focused on school and being good citizens. So please reconsider this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to come forward and make a public comment? You in the blue.
Hi, Mike Dowd. I recently purchased.
I'm sorry, can you spell that for Mrs. Boyce?
Oh yes, D-O-W-D, last name. So I live in the peninsula part of Committee A, and I live about as far east as you can in that committee, and I think it's people here. I've heard people talk about equality and home values. Making a different school, a different district a better place. That would be an incredible burden on me and my family to have to drive to Palmetto, drive an hour and a half in season. I want to be involved in my child's education, and I believe that burden would destroy that. I wouldn't be able to. I had a few other things, but home values. There's a term called gerrymandering, where for political reasons you'll sanction out a different neighborhood or something so that they vote for in a different district. That's what I'm seeing here, is gerrymandering going on. You're taking neighborhoods that are tremendously far away from Palmetto and forcing them to cart their children there. Even though I live in Rivers Reach, there's a elementary school right down the road from me. I have to sit in the traffic every morning, and yet my children won't be able to go there. So never mind do I have to send them to a different school, but now also when they're in high school, they'll be even going further. That's all I really have. I hope you take my consideration here.
My name is Linda Wilhelm, W-I-L-H-E-L-M. I am a former teacher. I taught for 35 years. I've been to many school board meetings, and I don't envy your task. I know it's difficult. Everyone here is very passionate, but I think what we need to focus on is what is best for the children. And I know that you have invested a lot of hours. I also know that if you paid attention to the newspapers, you saw many announcements about this school. I live in Parrish. I don't live far from the school. And I am telling you this not because I live in Parrish, but more because I have spent 35 years of my life with children. The gentleman that was up here who said, get a protractor and go around like this from the school, and that's where the kids should go, was spot on. Yes, does it affect property values? It does. And everyone who tells you that they're not concerned about that is either critically naive or lying. But that should not be the issue here. The issue here has to be the children. When you take children and put them on a bus and they have to travel much further than they need to, it's counterproductive. One, they are not invested in the school in which they live. And that's very, very important. If you are going to a neighborhood school, you have a sense of pride in that particular school. If you have to get kids around you to study with you, that's your neighbor, not some child that lives an hour and a half away. You're more likely to get involved in the extracurricular activities, and studies will show you when children are involved in extracurricular activities, it helps with their grades. When you pull kids outside of that circle in order to have a socioeconomic balance, it doesn't help anyone. It looks great on paper, but it in reality doesn't work. So I am hoping that you look at all of these facts and you make your decision based on what's good for the children. Placing them on buses where they have to get up at 6:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock to be at a bus stop when it's dark, when they're riding for 45 minutes to an hour on a bus where kids are going to be back and forth, you have a higher proportion of chance of there being problems on the bus. It's just not a good idea, folks. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stacy Rosenberg, Rosenberg. And I get that this is a growing community out east, and with growth comes change, and I'm not really for or against any plan. I think everybody has their right to their own opinion, and I know you guys have tried really hard. But out east, when there's an accident, it gridlocks. You can't go anywhere, and it's a horrible experience. And like many people have said, you're wasting so much time with the kids and traveling, trying to get there to and from. It's a nightmare for parents that are having to work. It's just, I think the roads should have been planned better to accommodate for this school. And, later on in the agenda, you're talking about the land swap for another future high school in Lakewood Ranch. I just think you guys need to look at some of those neighborhoods that are going to be affected because, you've got 1 lane, 2 lane roads going to the new school, and it's just not feasible. I mean, it takes hours to get around there when there's bad accidents. And I have a son at Hale. I've got 2 at Jean Witt Elementary, and the bus, he probably calls me like 5-6 times a week letting me know that the buses aren't here. I need to come back and pick them up. I mean, it's really a problem. So you guys really need to work harder with the Department of Transportation and try and figure out a busing solution, and work with getting the roads equipped to handle this. So whatever you guys decide to do, just think about the safety, because there's so many horrible accidents going on out there. I can't imagine having all these kids out on the road and early trying to cross that river, or even on the interstate. So that's all I have to say.
Oh, well, we'll do public comment later. Yes, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Marcy Gabriel, Gabriel. I live in Mill Creek along with several of the people here, and I'll echo some of the comments from the Greyhawk Landing folks. I have a son who will be a freshman at Lakewood Ranch next year, which means he will get moved his sophomore year. I work in Sarasota, and my plan for 13 years now was to take him to high school. He currently rides the bus, although he is a child who has been left at the bus stop until noon and 10 o'clock this year by our in-Superior transportation system. Although I'll put a little on him because he could have called someone. But he's 14. I don't really, I struggle with the splits and the way the whole county's zoned, because the kids go to one school, they get split again, they get split again. I appreciate the fact that my son at 14 has the same friends that he had in kindergarten, when I had a choice and a say in this matter. He will be 15 when he moves to a different school, and many of his friends will stay at Lakewood Ranch. Some will go to Braden River, some will be at North River. They're all getting split. And at 15, I will not have a say, and I will not know the parents of the children that he is becoming friends with. And that's a struggle for me. I struggle with the fact that Manatee County commissioners apparently don't communicate with you all, because tons and tons of homes have popped up between 70 and State Road 64 that are now getting my son's slot at Lakewood Ranch. And I will end up with, instead of a 20 to 30 minute commute to my job, dropping him off on the way, I will end up with a probably nearly hour and a half commute with 16 miles to 45 miles to get him up and get back to work. So this is not something I'm looking forward to. It's something that my family has seriously considered literally moving. And if we do that, we will probably move to Sarasota County, because I'm so disappointed with all of this. Lastly, I'm just going to state that I'm disappointed in this committee. I was here at the last meeting. We were promised robocalls to make sure that everybody was aware of this, because we don't all read the newspaper. We aren't all signed up for the right things. I mean, I obviously made it here. Lots of us made it here. But I didn't hear any robocalls. We were also promised that we would be at a larger venue, because you knew there would be a lot of interest, and that did not happen. So it's a little disappointing when our community especially campaigned to get extra millage for our students, for what for what we want to do and what we want to add. And I'd like to see response from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Rebecca Gingras, that's G as in girl, INGRAS as in Sam. I'm a retired educator of Manatee County. I am a resident in Rivers Reach, which is in Proposal A. When I hear that students have to be at the bus stop at 6:10 now to go to Palmetto, and they're on the bus up to an hour and a half to return from Palmetto every day, it upsets me to know that Parrish was promised a high school, and the students in my community are not going to get to attend it if Proposal A is chosen. I also do a environmental program that with elementary school children, and today I took that commute from my development to Emerson Point during rush hour. It's a bad commute for parents to make, adults to make. Think of your beginning drivers, high schoolers, and they are not able to participate in their extracurricular activities or go to study sessions after school. They have to be on that bus to get back, an hour and a half commute to our community now. And now you want us to stay in Palmetto with Proposal A. That shouldn't be an option. Should not be an option. I taught at a Title I school. There's lots of great things that happen at Title I schools. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
My name is David Jack, J-A-C-K is the last name, nice and easy. I don't have kids
Sorry.
that are young.
I'm sorry. Can you state that again?
Last name is J-A-C-K, David. First name's David.
David, thank you.
Thanks. I don't have kids in the school, but I see what's going on, and I've been through this before. We come from Stamford, Connecticut, and I can tell you without equivocation that busing never works. Redistricting never works. It creates problems that you're not even thinking about now. The kids don't mesh magically and get along. You've got the different schools now are having to deal with different problems that they didn't have to deal with before. The schools in the neighborhoods that are having issues, those issues have been going on for quite some time, I'm sure. I don't know personally, but these things don't happen overnight. But they cannot be fixed on the back of kids coming from their local community. So asking a parish child who lives in a parish community to not go to their new high school and to be bused across town to another high school so that that school somehow magically is not part of this horrible, whatever they were talking about, 1A designation, which is terrible. But please asking kids to come from their community and to be bused across is just, it's not a solution. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The long-term solution up north was they created magnet schools in the urban areas, not charter schools, but magnet schools, still public, with the help of the state. And what they did was they improved the infrastructure, they brought great teachers in, and they focused on very specific areas of technology, mathematics, and so on and so forth, and they made those schools desirable in those undesirable areas, and they had a lottery system. So that what happened is that everybody wants to be there now. Now they went from horrible to great, and they made it regional, and people came from all over, from distances, to go to these schools. That's a longer-term solution. What I'm saying is that there are other ways to deal with this than to just put it on the backs of kids that want to go to their local school from the parish community. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So I am asking you respectfully, I know this is a very difficult decision, but I'm asking you very respectfully to please do not delay. Please vote on Proposal B this evening, because it is the right thing to do for the parish community and the communities that want to go to their local high school. Thanks.
My name's Jennifer James, James. I have a 6th grader and 8th grader currently that go to Hale. And it sounds tonight the main ideas are transportation, safety, community, and citizenship in service of these kids to their communities, not only of them but also of us parents. I ask you, if you do vote and choose a plan, to please, please let those of us that live on the 64 corridor, Mill Creek, Country Creek, Greyhawk Landing, please let us stay in Lakewood Ranch and attend Lakewood Ranch.
Hi, Ellen Kelly, Kelley. I had a whole speech, but a lot has been said, so I'm not going to go into that again. I live in Mill Creek. I have 3 kids in the public school system. I have a 7th grader at Hale. We lived in Parrish, and we moved out. We moved out specifically for a better school zone. We just finished building our house. We paid $14,000 in impact fees. We can't move again, and we want to stay at Lakewood Ranch High School. That is where we live, work, our activities are all there, our doctors, medical, friends, and I think I speak for Mill Creek and Greyhawk Landing and all of the communities south of the river. So the name is North River High School. Keep it North River. I don't see the difficulty in this decision. I really don't. This will affect our kids. I drove to the site of the new high school today. It took me over 25 minutes from my house. I figured 10-minute drop off, because high schools are crazy. 20 minutes back home, and that's no traffic, no accidents. These are kids that are going to get their driver's license. They will be driving 675 with an 18-wheeler truck wanting to pass them at 70 miles an hour. It is dangerous. It is not designed for kids to get to. For me, for our community, I feel that if we vote on this plan and you include south of the river to North River, it makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense. So if you do vote on a plan, I would like to know what to write on my choice application, and several other parents would like to too. I would like to know what people have written over the past 5 years that fill up these schools so they're overcrowded. What do they write on there? Because I want to do that too. We are asking you to not break up our communities, not break up our kids, not drive an hour to get to this new high school. We're all for a new high school. It's in the wrong place. We don't want to go up there. I got away from it. We don't want to go. So please let me know what to write on my choice application. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sonia Light, Light. Good evening. I just wanted to let you know that I am in the Braden River High School district, and my student attends Palmetto High School. She's a wonderful student in the ACE program. She very much enjoys going to Palmetto High School. It's a great, great community of people that work at the high school. She is involved in extracurricular activities. She's doing very well academically. She's made a lot of good friends. But again, I have to drive all the way from my Braden River State Road 70 home all the way to Palmetto. It does take me 20 minutes, but it is worth the drive. I would also like to piggyback on a lot of the things that other parents who are very concerned about their Lakewood Ranch placement, because I'm not really sure why you all chose the site in Parrish to address the overflow for Braden River and Lakewood Ranch. There is another site out in Lakewood Ranch area. Why have we not chosen to build on that land? So that is my question to you all. Why? And that concludes my speech. Thank you.
Anyone else? Come on down. Hello, my name is Sarah McKee, MCKEE, and I am here against option A. I am for option B. We actually live in Rivers Reach community, and I believe although option A advocates would say statistically on paper it makes sense, the children in our neighborhood are not statistics, they're children. And putting my daughter on a bus that I followed to the high school for over 90 minutes each way is too much to ask of a 14-year-old. I would also say to the parents that are complaining of 20 minutes, we're grown adults. We're not 14-year-olds that are unsupervised. Making choices that are best for our children is what we as adults are here to do. Tonight, I ask that you vote for B. I ask that we stop postponing these meetings. This is the second one I have paid a babysitter to make it to. I ask that we move forward and that we do vote for option B tonight. Thank you.
Nosek, first name Frank. I'm from Bronx, New York. All right. What do I have to say as far as your plans? Well, I went to DeWitt Clinton High School. 6,000 young men. My first class was 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to get up at 4:30, take a bus, 2 trains, and then get to school. Well, yes, I was out of school before 2 o'clock, but I had no time for extra activities because I had to do that same long commute home. I worked in the evening. That created a problem. But now I'm 68 years old. What is my big problem? Well, I play tennis over at River Strand. I have people there who tell me about their sense of community, how 50 years later, they still are going to reunions with their local fellow students who were in their community. Here, I have none of that because at the end of the school day, I had to get on that public train, the bus, and get home. It is just outrageous to think that you are going to, in 2018, put a child through what I did in 1964. Ridiculous. So there should be no question here. And as far as the Title I, there are ways to get around it. I think that if the teacher's on board, the students, you may have students clamoring to go to Palmetto High School, but let them clamor to go, not force students to go. And I think that I will end that. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Any other brave takers? Come on up. Okay, let's just do this.
I'm Jamie Potter, P-O-T-T-E-R. Thank you. Hello, board. Thank you very much. I know I sent each of you an email today, and I know I've spoken before, but on one aspect of keeping it real on how this actually affects students. We've talked about distance, we've talked about activities. I have 2 daughters currently at Lakewood Ranch High School. One of those daughters is going to represent Manatee County at the A team, one of 6 students in the county. That daughter also was one of those few that were chosen for All-State. Wasn't here tonight because she was still at school studying for her AP exams. If you move us to North River, I won't go. It's that simple. I will not go. My children will not go. If you have to hardship me in, the cost and burden that you are putting on me to have to transport my child to and from because a bus will not be provided will make it impossible for me to go. Just because there are people that live in Country Creek or Mill Creek or Greyhawk does not mean that all of them are financially able to take on that burden after we have supported the tax increase. I beg you, Plan A, Plan B, Plan C are not perfect. Amend those plans. Motion for the amendment, change the plan, do what's right for the students. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other friends on the second floor? I think they've all made their way down here. Okay, then I think that does conclude our public comment. For the public hearing. I mean, not,
With,
you know.
with a deep breath, I think we have heard from the public. I think, Mr. Kennedy, you moved the superintendent's recommendation, and it was seconded. We've had public hearing. I now think we are in debate.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Minor.
I'd like to ask some questions of staff. Mr. Lundin could come before us.
I think that'd be appropriate.
He's sitting right there. He's got a, I mean, do you want him to?
He can respond. He's mic'd up over there.
I'll put him right there. So he'll, if you ask, he can, he's got his computer where he can pull up information in front of him.
Okay.
Mr. Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lundin, I understand that under Plan B, there would be approximately 478 students next year who live, south of the Manatee River that would be assigned to the North River High School. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, of those students, how many, if they're presently going to Lakewood Ranch, how many could continue at Lakewood Ranch?
If you were transferred or zoned to North River, you would be able to, first, you'd be able to choice back to Lakewood Ranch. So you would be able to stay. If you're at Lakewood Ranch, you would be able to stay.
Okay, so, and if you had a sibling coming in, would they be allowed to also continue, go to Lakewood Ranch?
Yes, they would. As long as one student is there, the sibling could attach that student and they could stay all the way till graduation.
Okay. That, I don't have any further questions. I just wanted to make sure that students who are going to Lakewood Ranch right now, could continue, going to Lakewood Ranch. And if they have a sibling coming in, they could also go to Lakewood Ranch.
That's correct. They would
Okay.
also have transportation.
Okay, so then I understand that what's been referred to as the State Road 64 corridor and the including Greyhawk, which has been talked about. There's basically going to be routes for picking up students, routes, one directed to Lakewood Ranch and another one directed to North River High School. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Greyhawk students would be allowed to continue at Lakewood Ranch. There would be transportation, and if they were zoned to North River, then they would be transportation to go to North River.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Mr. Kennedy.
I have a couple of points to make or opinions to share with the board.
But on that point about siblings going together, because this came up at the last workshop where we discussed this, which I believe was January 10th. So this decision almost got made 3 months ago, but now here we are. Let me give you an example. A senior graduates from Lakewood Ranch High School, but their sibling is in 7th grade, for example. So now their older sibling has now left Lakewood Ranch. That child is now not automatically zoned for Lakewood Ranch. They would be zoned for North River, correct?
Correct.
If there's a break
Right.
in the chart. Okay, I just want to make sure that was clear, because that wasn't clear at the last one, and I just want to make sure we're all.
You can attach a sibling as long as the older sibling is
Is at
still
the school.
there.
Okay,
Once
great.
there's a break, then there's no guarantee for
Okay.
future generations
Gotcha,
to come
thank
forward.
you. Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, you may.
I want to address a couple things, and I guess I'll start with Palmetto High School. The concerns are valid, and I don't know if Ms. Kenzie were still here, but she brought up some good points about the process in general. And of course, before the whole process started, the board had an opportunity to give some direction to district leadership. And then it was put out to the committees, and the committees came back, and we have what we have to decide from. But I think she makes a good point that eventually it's just the 5 of us that have to make the decision. But that's neither here nor there. That's for later. But about Palmetto High, with the adoption of MAP B, it does raise I'll just, for lack of a better term, I'll call it Title I status. You have a higher percentage of Title I students that will be at Palmetto High School. But I think for us as a school district, that's an opportunity to really remake or make better what is Palmetto High School. I've already shared an idea with Dr. Green and with, it's okay. I've shared an idea with Dr. Green and with Doug Wagner at MTC that we could potentially move some MTC programs to Palmetto High School as a magnet. One of the Mr. Jack, you referred to the term magnet. Create magnets at Palmetto High School, which will make students want to come there from other neighborhoods like Braden River, whether it's the ACE program or if it's a construction program or if it's an athletics program, whatever the case may be. We can really do something different and exciting with Palmetto High School. So I don't worry about the future of Palmetto at all. That school is one of the strongest groups of employees, the community around Palmetto High School. It's one of the greatest traditions in this county as far as education and community. And I think that faculty at that school, that school, it doesn't matter what the demographic makeup of that school is, that teaching staff will excel with those kids. So I'm not, just my opinion, but I'm optimistic about the future of MTC. If we as a board and we as a district do the things that we have to do to make that school thrive. Now, I do have a couple of minor issues that I'd like to discuss with the board. I don't have a map in front of me, and there isn't really one up on the screen. No, but I mean that I can pull up, because it's kind of hard to talk about the neighborhoods that I'm going to talk about if we don't really have a.
Is it possible on our monitors here to put up the one of the maps?
If you click on the presentation,
Okay.
it's in, the whole thing is in there, the maps are in
No,
there.
I mean, I have it in front of me too on my laptop. I'm talking about
For the bigger.
For the
everyone
community.
else who is trying to follow what I'm saying. But I'll just start with a little one. And it is the small peninsula. This is, I don't have the map. Can I borrow yours for a second? It is the Tidewater Preserve Peninsula. And I mentioned this at the last workshop. That Tidewater Preserve only has one exit out, and it's southward to State Road 64. So I really think that little piece right there, it just kind of makes geographic sense. And I think, Mr. Lundin, you said there's 22. Sorry, there's 33 students would be affected in that little, or actually there was 33 across that whole polygon, I think was the word we used.
That's correct. I
Okay.
believe there was only about 6 or 9 in Tidewater Preserve.
In the part that I'm talking about. So I'm talking about just moving, 6 or 7 kids there. The other piece, Greyhawk Landing, and then, we've heard some comment tonight about Mill Creek. I apologize, I'm a downtown Bradenton person, so I don't know all the developments as well. Country Meadows, Country Creek, Mill Creek, and then Mill Creek that is east of Rye Road. Obviously, there's a lot of factors that have come together that have kind of led to the conditions where we are. Some of them have been mentioned here tonight. The kind of infrastructure of Parrish is not as built out or as complete as the infrastructure of Lakewood Ranch as a community in general. So I would make the suggestion to the board, and Mr. Lundin, thank you for the numbers that you gave me due to my request. But for example, the Greyhawk Landing polygon, or that section, and I apologize, we don't have the map up here in front of you to see what I'm talking about, but that's 91 students that we're talking about. So as a public figure, it's hard to not listen to the number and length of advocacy that the Greyhawk Landing parents have done and not feel, and ignore their wishes. So as Mr. Chapman mentioned, there's a cutout for Greyhawk Landing, and those students are zoned for Gullet Elementary. I would perhaps make the suggestion that we use that same cutout and to keep them at Lakewood Ranch. It's, again, these are small things, but I think they could potentially matter. I'm sorry, give me 1 second to get my bearings again. Mill Creek. Oh, Mill Creek East has 34 students. And frankly, I know there's some Mill Creek people here, but I wasn't as concerned with Mill Creek because Mill Creek sits right on Rye Road. And again, I know Rye Road is underdeveloped and it's a 2-lane road that has ditches on both sides, which for the amount of homes that are being built there should have been built out 10 years ago or maybe 5 years ago, but we can only deal with where we are now. So at minimum, those are my 2 suggestions to my board colleagues, is that small piece at Tidewater Preserve, which if we're just talking about the piece that I'm focusing on, is only about 6 or 7 students. And then for lack of a better term, I'll call it the Greyhawk Landing cutout to keep that at Lakewood Ranch High School. And that's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Oh, all right. So as a suggestion, would you like to frame that in a motion to amend, Dr. Green?
But no,
Not yet.
Not yet.
Dr. Green?
Before we get to that, and I have no idea, Danny, how, I know these maps are, to take what Mr. Kennedy says, I now need to see, can we make a map showing that? How long would it take you to do that?
I could show you the elementary map, and you could see what that cutout looks like on an elementary map.
Yeah, I think it's, because
But
that might have sounded good, but now we need to see what that looks like.
That was my point.
Before,
To see,
so
sorry.
you
No,
can at least
I
see
agree.
that.
Perhaps.
Can we take a 5-minute, or what, let Mr. Lundin and I go deal with that, and we'll get it to you, or Mr. Lundin, where, do you?
I
Just
believe I
tell
would
me.
just go get the elementary map, the hard copy map, and so you could see it. It would be a large map, and you could see where that cutout looks like.
So if there's no objection, would you, Mr. Kane, would you move to recess for 5 minutes to allow for Dr. Green and her staff to put a map together?
I think that would be very helpful. Yeah, motion to recess for 5 minutes, please.
Show that without objection.
Sorry.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I know you probably should. All right, if we could all please take our seats, we may just possibly have come up with an alternative. Hopefully it's what we just discussed. Okay. All right, we are back in session. Mr. Kennedy, if I may, let me try this on the members. First, for those in the audience, along with the redistricting, one of the things we're trying to accomplish is to relieve enough students out of Lakewood Ranch so we can get rid of the portables and build the new wings. So in working with our analytics folks, possibly, Mr. Kennedy, if this would work for you in a motion, if we took the basic geographic areas, which include Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, Country Meadows, and Mill Creek East, and move them to Lakewood Ranch High School, it's about, I want to say 250, 256. And my understanding is that would still allow us to reduce the portables so that we can get to work on Lakewood Ranch. Country Creek, and think of it the general geographic areas that encompass those areas. Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, Country Meadows, and Mill Creek East.
Can I look yours real quick? It's on the list, yeah. No, it's this one. No, I'm okay with that.
Not, just Mill Creek. I'm sorry, Mill Creek. So Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, Country Meadows, and Mill Creek.
Can I trade you Country Meadows for Mill Creek East? Here we go. Anybody from Country Meadows?
You mean if they didn't show up, they lose?
Because well, I mean, in a way. Because Mill Creek East is right on 64. So if we're going to send Mill Creek right across from Rye Road, and Country Meadows is pretty close to Rye Road heading northbound, as is Rye Wilderness Estates. So that's the only change I would make to your list, is swap out Country Meadows for Mill Creek East.
Okay, and Country Meadows is 109. And Mill Creek East is 34.
That would be about a 200, is that what?
I think that would bring us under 200 now.
Yeah.
Right, it would be a little under 200.
That would be very helpful.
That would be,
Okay,
that
okay.
would be a better,
All right.
in terms of.
So, just so we know, so Mr. Kennedy asked if there's anyone here from Country Meadows. No, I don't see anyone.
So you're accepting my trade?
I'm in a great mood right now.
Okay, awesome. Let's keep it that way.
So, Mr. Kennedy, okay, I was going to let him make a motion, but we could go
Well, I
into
just
discussion.
wanted to reiterate those committees one more time,
So-
that since there's been now a
Right.
negotiation
Country-
between the two parties.
Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, Mill
Yeah.
Creek East, correct?
It's that little caveat right here.
This one?
Yeah.
I see.
And then, Mr. Chair, that I think is good for the Lakewood Ranch section. And then I just didn't want you to forget that little piece of Tidewater Preserve, that peninsula.
Okay, and how would we like,
Although
okay.
we could do that separately. We could do that separately.
Well, while we're at it, we could probably just Tidewater Preserve?
But that, I believe, should go to Braden River.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. So, Mr. Kennedy, would you like to put that in a form of a motion to amend
Okay. I might need some help here, Mr. Chair, but
to move from Plan B, Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, and Mill Creek East to Lakewood Ranch High School? No?
Country Meadows.
Yes, I mean, no.
Country Meadows got traded out.
We traded Country Meadows.
Grayhawk Landing.
Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing,
Mill Creek and Mill Creek East.
Mill Creek and Mill Creek East. Okay. Right. So I believe I understood Mr. Kennedy to move to amend.
I'll do the whole
Okay,
thing.
go ahead.
Okay. I might need help here in a second. But I would like
We're a
to,
team.
do we have a motion
Yes.
that
Yes.
has to be amended? The adoption of map B is the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
So
your motion.
I would like to, just making sure, make a motion to amend. Your motion. My own motion, to move Grayhawk Landing, Mill Creek East, and Country Creek back to the Lakewood Ranch High School zone, and move the Tidewater Peninsula students, which again is 6 or 7 students, to the Braden River High School zone.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Having been moved and seconded, we are on the amendment to the main motion. Is there debate?
More questions than debate.
Mr. Minor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The number keeps growing. Now we're at over half the number of students that we otherwise were going to have go to North River High School. Part of this redistricting was to relieve overcrowding at existing high schools and to provide students to make North River High School, function, support the staff, have diversity of education at that school. We're almost defeating in halfway the purpose of Mr. Kennedy's original motion. I'm not really sure of the exact parameters of this amended motion. I thought I heard Mr. Kennedy say that his amended motion would have the Tidewater Preserve students go to Braden River.
Mr. Minor, if I could, just a portion of those 33 students, not the entire 33.
Mr. Minor?
Mr. Kennedy, the information I have is that the 33 in that peninsula consists of students at Tidewater Preserve, Cypress Creek, and the Yacht Club apartments. Now, I'd like Mr. Lundin to correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Lundin?
That's correct. The
Okay.
33 includes those other areas. There were only
Okay.
about 6, like I said before, 6 or 8 kids actually in Tidewater Preserve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lundin. I'd like to make certain I have the correct information. I did not understand Mr. Kennedy's amended motion to include all the students in that particular area. He didn't voice that. But is that your intention, Mr. Kennedy?
My intention is just to move those 6 or 7, not all 33. And I apologize, I don't have that. Just the peninsula.
Okay,
Just the actual peninsula that's labeled Tidewater Preserve, not those 2 neighborhoods to the east.
It would not include Cypress Creek or the Yacht Club apartment?
That's correct. Do not include them, correct.
Okay, thank you. So it would be, 6 from Tidewater Preserve, but not Cypress Creek or the Yacht Club apartments?
Correct. They would still be zoned for North River High School. With my motion, they would still be zoned for North River.
Okay. Could you, help educate me and the community why just the 6 from Tidewater Preserve, but not the students from Cypress Creek and the Yacht Club Apartment?
Sure, it's
Mr. Kennedy for response.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair,
No.
I should have
My bad.
addressed it to you and asked if Mr. Kennedy would do it.
I jumped
Okay.
into, right. It's really just it's a traffic pattern issue, because for those 6 kids up in that little peninsula, the only way out of there is southbound toward 64, and then they can head down Morgan Johnson Road. Now, if you think about where the Walmart is on State Road 64, there's the car dealership and the Walmart on 64, just before you get to the interstate. If you make that, if you're heading eastbound toward the interstate and you make that left, somebody help me out with that road. K Road, thank you. So if you make the left up K Road, that takes you to the other 2 developments I'm talking about, but there's also a way to get through there to the east toward Upper Manatee River Road. Those 6 kids on the Tidewater Preserve Peninsula don't have that eastbound access. They have to come south to 64.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kennedy. Sure. And with respect to, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Kennedy would be allowed to maybe provide more specific, as I understood, he said that his motion would have going to Lakewood Ranch, Mill Creek, and I guess we're talking Mill Creek, both east and west of Rye Road. If he could comment on that.
Mr. Kennedy for response.
Okay. My motion includes both Mill Creek East, which is 34 students, and Mr. Lundeen, how many are Mill Creek west of Rye Road?
I'm not sure I have that separated out on this. I'm not sure I have that separated out. It should be on, I'm not sure if I have that separated out right now.
On the map that we looked at earlier, what polygon are they included in?
Country Creek, I believe it included Country Creek, Mill Creek, and Country Meadows. Those all might have been in the same one. So when we're looking at Country Meadows, the 109, the Mill Creek West would only be a portion of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm
Yes,
trying
Mr. Brennan.
to, at least in my mind, clarify the specifics of Mr. Kennedy's motion. And it appears with Mr. Lundeen's comment that Mr. Kennedy's motion includes the Mill Creek East and West, Country Meadows, and the Country Creek area. If Mr. Kennedy could confirm or...
I'll clear it, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. On the list that we have, where it says Country Meadows, 109 students, what Mr. Lundeen is saying is that 109 are from Mill Creek, Country Creek, and Country Meadows.
It's Mill Creek West.
Sorry, Mill Creek West, thank you, yes. So, I just saw the map earlier today, and even when we just say roughly divide that by 3, that's 36, let's just call it 36 kids in each section there. So that would take, that's 72 kids that my amendment would move back to Lakewood Ranch High School.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Martin.
my math's a little bit different. We have 6, from Tidewater. We got 34 from Mill Creek East. We have 91 from Greyhawk Landing. And the 109 from Country Meadows, Mill Creek West, and Country Creek. Now, when I add that together, I get 4, 6, or 10, 11, 9, 0 carry the 2, 5, and 9, 14, I get 240. Does that sound right? 5 and 4, no, I say 10, 11, and 9, 0 carry 2, 5, And 9 is 14. I
That
get
is
240.
What was the number? 240?
240 that, of students that would be taken away from the proposed B plan and assigned to either Braden River. The 6 would, from Tidewater would go to Braden River, and the other 234 would be going to Lakewood Ranch. That's
Roughly, I think
Probably
that's
close enough.
I think that's close, yeah.
It's close.
Dr. Green?
And I'm looking to Mr.
For a
Lundin
response.
or Mr. Sauer. Do you know how many students are in Country Meadows?
I don't have it broken down. They were lumped together in areas, and
Right.
it contained those 3 different divisions.
But from, Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. From memory, trust me on this, that polygon that's labeled Country Meadows that includes these 3 developments, we're very close to even
A third,
in the
third.
distribution of students across there.
I believe so. If they weren't significant, I wouldn't have included them in the polygons.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Meyer, I think your calculations are pretty close.
Okay. That's roughly half of the students that from south of the river that otherwise were to go to North River High School. I think there's, of the 478, 240 is more than half of the 478 in terms of trying to relieve overcrowding, at the south of the river schools. I think that's a significant factor in consideration of our vote.
Okay, Dr. Green? And I'll come back to you, sorry.
Can I ask a couple of questions of my staff?
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Lundin, Country Meadows and Country Creek, they both are very close to the Upper Manatee River Road. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
No?
Country Creek is on Rye Road.
Yeah, okay. Country Creek, not Mill Creek. I did say Mill Creek. So,
It includes Mill Creek West.
We're not.
We're
We're not, we're
And
not, we're
please
not,
don't
we're
shout
not,
from
we're
the
not, we're not. I think in the Country Meadows, if I understood, it includes Mill Creek West,
Yes.
correct? And so
No,
that's the
Mill
portion that was
Creek,
taken.
yeah, it includes Mill Creek West, yes.
Right.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mrs. Messenger's been
Oh, I
waiting
just want to
so
clarify
patiently.
Dr. Green's.
Okay,
if I
Mr.
may.
Mr.
Thank
Kennedy.
you, Mr. Chair. I think what Dr. Green is getting after is to alleviate Mr. Minor's concern, maybe move Country Creek, or keep Country Creek in the North River High School district. I think.
Now, look, if I can, if I may just for a moment, if I come back to the point, I understand, I believe where Mr. Minor's going. My understanding from staff is that this number of students would still, if this number of students remained at Lakewood Ranch High School, they would still be at a population level where they can take the portables offline and begin to construct the wing.
I agree. That was my understanding too.
Yes, no? That's what I thought I understood the goal was.
Times 25 equals 500 students. I don't know how many portables you're thinking about.
Mr. Lundin, what was the original number we were taking out of Lakewood Ranch?
The original number out of Lakewood Ranch was 355.
355. And the number that we're since I guess a third, so now we're about at 198 for Greyhawk Landing, Mill Creek, both Mill Creek and Mill Creek East, and Country Creek. Am I correct? Is that the number we're?
I think it's closer to.
I'm using
I
the
think it's like
calculator.
230,
I think it's about
230.
If,
No, but
Oh, for
Country
those.
Meadows was included in, see, Country,
No, it wasn't.
I've already taken that out when we did this math.
Country Meadows was not included
Country
in
Meadows
the
is still.
motion.
okay.
Dr. Green?
So this had 91.
Correct. Okay, no, these three together have 109, but I'm saying if you take 36 and 36, that's 72. There's 34 in Mill Creek, and that's your number.
198.
Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Green?
I thought I
Okay.
didn't know how to
Green?
do a little math, but
Dr. Green?
yes.
Can I add, the number that we put into North River High was 872 students coming out of the three other schools. We had estimated another 60 students coming out of MSA to return and growth of 62 students more. So we had 984 students we were looking for when the school opened. So you would take the 984 minus the 240, and that's roughly what the school
Okay,
should
because I'm
open.
coming up with 198. It's not, I'm coming up with 198 with what they're discussing. And so 198 from 8,
From 984.
Oh, from 984. 984 includes growth coming back, or students coming back from MSA, and includes growth, just overall growth
Okay.
between now and then.
so it would be around 780 students minus the 6 you're
800.
recommending
That's
going back
correct.
to Braden River.
That's correct.
Okay.
I just didn't want anybody to think it was down to like 600 or something like that.
Right,
It
so
was-
approximately
it would still be
800.
possible,
So-
yeah.
But I do want to share with the board, again, we're gonna implement whatever is decided. The issue with Lakewood Ranch, though that number is below 200, that will not get us to the point where we can remove all portables.
No, but
We won't.
enough to start the
and-
construction.
But the it's landlocked. The only place to build that those wings are sitting right where the portables are sitting, but it does reduce the number, it does give some relief to Lakewood Ranch. That still would be 155 or close to number, whatever that additional number is.
Vice
So,
Chair Messenger.
355.
Most of the questions I had actually have been answered.
157.
I guess I'm looking for confirmation then that this would alleviate enough students to be able to build this wing.
No, it would not,
It still would not.
no. It gives relief to Lakewood Ranch.
Sure, I understand, but
But
not enough to
It-
remove enough
it-
portables.
We would, Lakewood Ranch would still remain closed to choice. We could not, 157 does not. Lakewood Ranch currently was only built for a little over 1,800 students. And today we have over 2,300 students that attend that high school. 2,400 students attend that high school. That, but-
And how many students would it have to be to have enough portables removed?
the 350, that was the 355
That is what is
students.
necessary
That's
in order
why
to build the.
That's why we were recommending the 355 students. Again, if the board chose this option, it gives minimal relief to them. They'll still be now, and we'll continue to close it to choice. We'll just keep working through what we need to do for Lakewood
But it
Ranch
won't be a
High School.
wing.
No, until we go out and do another assessment, you really have to wait until, okay, let's see what
I
it looks like with 100. Today, I think they have, is it 32 portables?
We need to get rid of about 15 to 20.
Yeah, we have to get rid of another 15 or 20 of those 32 that are out there to start moving towards building that new wing at Lakewood Ranch High School. But again, we will do what we need to do based on what the board decides.
You finished?
I think so.
Mr. Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several people say it's tough. It's tough. It's all sorts of great arguments and interests and perceptions. What I've heard over the years is, why do we have all these portables? And Why don't they redistrict? The administration brought to us a recommendation for reducing portables, for redistricting. We've approved building a new high school. I think it will attract top teachers. That's usually the case when you have a new high school. Lakewood Ranch has a lot of serious structural, problems that has, affected the health of students during the last couple of years. And everybody on this days wants to do, something that makes everybody happy. It's not going to happen. And what Mr. Kennedy's original motion was to approve B, consistent with reducing the number of portables to allow building a healthy wing at Lakewood Ranch and to provide, students for North River High School, to, have enough to, have basic staff and really justify all the money that we're, as a community, paying for building a wonderful new high school and to have a staff. Now, we've all heard very, cogent, well-spent, please, we don't want to be redistricted for all sorts of very valid reasons. I asked Mr. Lundeen the questions about, I don't like jerking anybody out of Lakewood Ranch or any other school just for redistricting. And I was very satisfied with his response, no, that will not happen. They won't be relocated. They won't relocate, siblings, who are there. And that made me happy too. It might be that by doing this and building a wing at Lakewood Ranch, it would allow for choicing, in a couple of years. Well, I'm saying, we don't have the hard buildings right now. We're not going to have any choice right now, and so I just have real concerns about not going forward with what has been recommended, by Dr. Green, the administration, for allowing a new wing to be built at Lakewood Ranch and for more using North River High School, what we built it to do. Now, that's how I perceive it right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Minor. Mrs. Messenger.
Okay, well, I have to say that after hearing about the possibility of not being able to build this wing, it sounds like it's not a possibility, it sounds like it's more likely than certain that we wouldn't be able to. I have to kind of agree with Mr. Minor on this. I don't like it. Like he said, we're not gonna make everybody happy. And I hate that. But if we're tasked with doing what we think is best for students, and the question is, hey, we've got mold problems already at Lakewood Ranch High, and the options are keep more mold-ridden buildings that we have diligently treated, don't get me wrong, but that problem is not going to go away. That is what we know about portables. So the choice is either doing that or making the tougher decision and building a wing that is necessary. So I do not think that I can vote in favor of this amended motion right now. I don't know how else I could vote, because I do not believe that if we cannot build that wing, I don't see how that is the best decision for our students.
It's not fair to the kids in the building.
Okay. Any further, Mr. Kennedy?
Couple of questions first. Mr. Lundin, do we have, or if you have the number, do we have students at Lakewood Ranch High School now who have somehow choiced in there and are not, well, let me think this out. Hold on, everybody, hold on. Let me put it this way. My concern is that students who are in the areas we're talking about should be the first, should have a first. And I'm not suggesting that we take kids who are already choiced in there and yank them out. But I think the neighborhoods that we are discussing should have first priority. So, and I'm just hitting you with that question now. You may not even know the answer.
The students that are choiced in the Lakewood Ranch right now are going
Right.
to be siblings of other people that had gotten in the past, or children of staff that work at the school. That would be the two main ways that people get into Lakewood Ranch right now.
Okay.
We could actually stop, and there's a way within programmatically to prioritize somebody in a geographic area to give them a higher weighted factor as far as getting in. We could do that. And actually, the choice program does do that. Anybody within a 2-mile radius of the school gets awarded weighted points. So when we go through the cycle, those people do have a priority to get into the school.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Chair, I just have one more point
Yes.
about the having to move a certain amount of portables in order to build the wing. And I know this is, we kind of have a plan in place for how that is going to look and how many portables we have to move, but the Lakewood Ranch High School campus is very large, and we could also potentially move a few portables. Once we do this, move a few portables, and then still be able to build the wing. I'm not a school construction expert. I'm just putting it out there as a possibility, because that is a very large campus.
Right. Mr. Cologne?
My only question was, if we went along with the plan, hit your mic. If we went along with the proposed Plan B, would we be able to start building immediately, or no?
No, because North River does not open up until
Right.
August 2019.
So a delay is not gonna make any difference one way or the other, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it does make a difference.
That's all. So we could go with the amended plan then?
Okay,
That's my point. I mean, we've got a lot of opposition here from the community. I want to respond to their opposition. I feel that it's important that their children are taken into account. And if we have to delay it for a year because we can't build anyway, what's the difference?
So members, unless there's further debate, I think we're still on Mr. Kennedy's amendment to his motion. Ms. Vice Chair Messenger?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand. Your argument is to delay this decision?
No.
Or to delay?
No. My argument was, my discussion was, it's not much of an argument, was we can go with this Plan B as amended by the superintendent and Mr. Kennedy because we can't, even if we go with the other plan, we can't start building tomorrow anyway. Right?
But, okay.
Mrs. Messenger, for a
Sorry.
response.
Yeah, so, but I don't understand how that really solves the problem of a wing in the
Well,
future.
We're not, in the future is the future.
Well-
We're talking about right now.
How far, okay, here's another question.
Yeah.
How far in the future is a wing planned to be built?
Yeah. Yes, as soon as North River opens, and those students would no longer be at Lakewood Ranch, they would now be at North River, we would start
As soon
the
as you have
wing.
the
So it would
space.
open up in 2020. It would start in August 19 and be open for 2020. That's.
Are you taking into consideration all that building on Hope Road? Like, there's tons of communities there.
So, hold on. So, did you have a follow-up?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Members, unless there's further debate, I think we're on the amendment to the motion, and Mr. Kennedy's amendment moves Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, Mill Creek East and West to Lakewood Ranch High School, and the Tidewater Peninsula that we've been discussing to Braden River High School. If there's no further debate, I guess we need a voice vote because we don't have that board up there now. I'm realizing Mr. Minor was very much correct, that it would have been very nice to have that board.
Mr. Chair, the motion by Mr. Kennedy to amend has not been seconded.
Yes,
Yes, it was seconded. It was seconded by Mrs. Messenger, but since we don't have the board up, we can't see it.
Okay, you seconded the...
She seconded the amendment.
Okay, I apologize.
That's okay. So, members, we are now voting on Mr. Kennedy's amendment as I articulated. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Show Mr. Kennedy's amendment to his motion approved. So members, we are now on the amended motion, which is Plan B with the amended areas, including Country Creek, Grayhawk Landing, Mill Creek East and West, now going to Lakewood Ranch High School, and the Tidewater Peninsula to Braden River High School. Is there any further debate on the amended motion?
Thought we just voted that.
Hearing none.
We just voted.
Pardon me?
I thought we just approved that.
No, we approved the amendment. Now we are voting on the motion as amended. So we are now adopting the redistricting plan for North River High School, which also impacts Lakewood Ranch High School and Braden River High School. So, Mr. Kennedy.
Just a comment. A quick comment. I know we are throwing a curveball at the superintendent and staff, but I have...
Oh, first, I know you're throwing a curveball to us, but that's why we're major leaguers, and it doesn't matter.
That's the point. That's the point I was about to make.
You throw me a curveball, I'm gonna hit it out of the park. We will figure out what
I
we're
know you
gonna
will.
do for Lakewood Ranch, but it is going to be a challenge, so
And I was-
that's why we
That's the
serve at
point I wanted to
pleasure
make. I
of the
know you're
board.
up. I know
So
you're all up to the challenge.
I please don't take it,
So,
you're fine.
Mr. Kennedy, would you like to close on your motion? Members, I think we're probably at a point,
Come
unless
on.
there's an objection.
Move on,
All
Charlie.
those in favor of Mr. Kennedy's motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Show the motion as amended approved. We now have zoning for the North River High School.
Can I go home now?
With that, because I think there are people upstairs, are they all downstairs now? They're still upstairs. Okay. Well, we're getting ready to move to the other agenda, or do we, how many of you are going to stay for the rest of the evening's agenda, or should we allow you to egress out and we'll switch places with people upstairs? Unless there's an objection, we'll stand in informal recess for 5 minutes to move people. Thank you.
That's the point I was going to make. I mean, you had a bunch better analogy. You guys are pros.
Better not hear us
We will reconvene our business meeting.
We can't do that until Steve Vernon leaves.
So, moving back to our agenda, we are on Mr. Minor's presentation. Are your groups ready? I tell you, unless there's an objection, because Mr. Minor is not here, we're ready. Pardon me? Yes, we can do Milo. Oh, Milo's pretty cool.
Is Milo do legal too? You know, then Mr. Dye can just go, take a rest. No, we'll let him replace Mitch Teitelbaum.
Yeah, we weren't sure if Milo was going to stay in the building tonight. But good evening, school board, Dr. Green, and deputy superintendents. This is our Milo. I said I'd be back with another robot, and this is some of the staff. These are some of the teachers that work with Milo and their students during the day. We want to give you a demonstration, share information about Milo, and let you get started. And since we've been waiting for a little while, we'll go ahead and get started.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Green. My name is Jocelyn Cherry, and I'm the EAC Curriculum Specialist for the district. I would first like to introduce the awesome teachers that were wonderful enough to implement Milo. This is a new initiative for the district, and I'm very excited. And you will see soon why I'm so excited. It's because they were willing enough to take the initiative and be the first ones to use Milo, our robot. First, we have Allison Reamer from Able Elementary. Olga Ramirez from Able Elementary. Vivian James, Able Elementary. And Larissa Scott from Blackburn. And the principals are in the office, in the audience. It's been a long night. So they're here as well to support us, as well as our wonderful staff that we implemented Milo with. Milo is a robot, and utilizing technology with research-based practices and internet, as well as brain fart here, as well as our iPads. Milo will teach our students with autism. April is Autism Month, and Milo is used with students with autism to help them increase and gain lots of skills, such as their communication skills, their verbal and their nonverbal skills, their social skills, and some instructional skills as well. So what we're going to do first is I'm going to show you a very brief video, and then we're going to have Milo do some demonstrations for everyone, and then we'll end it with a question and answer for anybody that has questions. Okay, video please.
Most of us have a working knowledge of robots. But here in Manatee County, 2 elementary schools are working with robots to spread knowledge. Meet Milo, an educational, inspirational, and interactive classroom robot. Milo has found a home at both Blackburn and Able Elementary School, where he is meeting the needs of kids all across the autism spectrum.
All right, Jimmy.
We spoke with both Allison Reamer from Able and Larissa Scott at Blackburn to learn exactly how marvelous Milo has been with their students.
Okay, Milo is a humanoid robot. He teaches children with autism spectrum disorder social skills, different emotions. They say as Milo is a humanoid robot, children with autism tend to relate better to him rather than an average person. And even in my classroom, I've already noticed that they relate to Milo much better than they can to us adults.
Ready?
Teachers like Milo because he's always consistent. He always delivers the same lesson in the same voice, using the same mannerisms.
I am always patient and can repeat myself as many times as needed.
Students like him because he's never judgmental. He will never critique the child. And when the student interacts with Milo, they learn to mimic. And that's one of the most important features about Milo. It's always consistent. It's always the same lesson.
So they react well to Milo because he speaks at a 20% lower rate than an average person does. What's really great is that when he's doing his memos, Milo also shows a visual picture on his screen here, so the students are able to look at his face, look at the visual picture of what he's asking, and then he'll like use hand gestures to go ahead and look at the iPad to do the videos.
My absolute favorite feature about Milo, if they get upset or aren't willing to take turns, Milo can teach them that, the calm down techniques and the conversational skills, what to say, what not to say at a birthday party. Milo helps with those skills. And so for parents, I think Milo is great to have as a social skills teacher.
Ready?
Yes!
Thank you for listening. I hope you will help us change the world and truly improve the lives of students with autism.
As you've seen, Milo is very, very instrumental in our students with autism classes. And so now Ms. Reamer and Ms. Ramirez and Ms. James will also give us a few demos for you guys to see, Milo in action.
We're just gonna run Milo in our autism speech meet and greet, so he'll give you a little bit of information about himself. He's been waiting a long time.
Yes, he's sleeping.
My name is Milo. I am from Roanoke, and I am the next generation of therapy for students with autism. I am designed to help students connect academically, socially, and behaviorally. Students with autism want to work with me because I am designed around their strengths and I never get tired or frustrated. I am always patient and can repeat myself as many times as needed. I help motivate students intrinsically and can reinforce what your professionals are doing with them. I can see, hear, and make human-like expressions and gestures. I am able to record and collect data that can be reviewed by teachers or therapists. This data is used to track a student's progress through the program. My software allows me to control tablets to deliver interactive lectures, demonstrations, and video lessons that can help a wide range of students on the autism spectrum. In the near future, I will be able to provide analytics on a student's gaze, so I can measure how often they maintain proper eye contact. I will also be able to read their emotional state so I can help them calm down if I see them begin to get frustrated during the lesson. With my technology, we can provide engaging, affordable, and effective tools for teachers and therapists now and for the future. Thank you for listening. I hope you will help us change the world and truly improve the lives of students with autism.
Yes, good evening. I'm here to share an anecdote about how one of my students generalized his work with Milo and affirm my support of the program over and above any potential or current objections to its use in ASD classrooms. While facilitating a Milo lesson on the calm down skill, take a break, my student noted that the video related to the skill depicted a girl taking a break by reading a book. But the pictorial aid for assessment located on Milo's chest did not. This slight and easily fixable flaw in the assessment process of Milo drove my student to distraction. But it also planted the idea in him that reading for enjoyment and relaxation could help him to relax. This same student's parents shared with me during our recent spring report card conference
that the student has replaced throwing objects when frustrated with exclaiming, "Take a break," and grabbing a book to sit and read. This is a student who would not sit and read for his nightly readings with his parents, but because Milo showed him that taking a break involves reading for enjoyment, he changed the quality of that student's relationship with his parents so that they can engage in that nighttime reading that so many parents take for granted, but parents of children with autism find it to be a particular joy. For me, this was enough evidence that any minor imperfections in the Milo program are insignificant compared to its obvious impact on the quality of life of our students. So thank you for listening, and thank you for providing this exciting and effective resource.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Oh, go.
No, that James has made us all cry.
Right.
It's true. Even with my young kids who are preschool, these are 3 and 4-year-olds, nonverbal children who have never interacted with anything are now sitting down to watch Milo, and it's amazing. We need to give things like this a chance for our children with autism or any learning disability, and we're so happy that we got a chance to use him.
Thank you, Lisa. I know, right?
Right. Yeah, no.
I don't know if you noticed, but on Milo it says R25 because this is the 25th version. They are still working on Milo, and there are sometimes a few kinks, for lack of a better word, but they're fixable. They're teachable moments, and the teachers know how to do that. Manatee County was the first school district in Florida to implement Milo under the company is called RoboKind, and RoboKind is very pleased with our progress. In fact, they wrote up a press release, and it's on their website. I'm going to pass around, please, have somebody pass this around, and I'm share with everyone to the board a copy of not only that press release, but also, since we use data to drive our instruction, it does have proof that the data speaks for itself. Children are making progress. Children are using the Milo, and they are making those very, very hard gains, those difficult gains for students with ASD. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Unless you have any questions, okay.
Mr. Kennedy.
I'm sorry.
I'm just fascinated by the technology. So
yes.
Does it kind of come out of the box like that? Or can you as instructors kind of program some of the facial? Because I mean, just watching it, there was at least like 20 different.
Can you go through the face? We're going to show you the faces and the emotions.
Yeah, it's already programmed. The face expressions are already programmed. What the teacher will do is
Yeah, those are fun.
they select lessons that they want to use.
So we can have Milo do fun stuff such as a siren, but kids love things like this. He'll say mommy as well.
Mommy.
That's scary.
And car things with kids, he plays with them. He also does a dance party, so we can reward them with a dance party, which they really love. And then the emotions are really great as well. Those are the emotes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Milo is scared.
See his little chin shakes.
Yes, this one makes me actually sad because when Milo gets sad, he's really
Jeez.
And Milo can have a panic attack, which some of our students do often. And this is a great one because
Will Rogers.
that as well. And he can become excited. And there's just a range of emotions: happy, sad, angry.
Mm-hmm.
His little eyebrows go down.
Right.
And then, do we have a dance party one without running through the?
I think we have to still run through the demo for the dance party.
No, you got to go through the whole demo.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
He does various things.
Right.
He
He's
plays music when he
plays
dances,
music.
so
Right.
the kids dance with him too.
And he's preloaded with 6 modules, and six modules that contain 30 lessons each, and they cover different domains. So according on what the student needs, the teacher will just program them into the Milo, and that's the lesson she teaches with Milo, because it's one-on-one when she works with Milo.
And there's also games that Milo can play with them.
When they come out with a new version, will you get it automatically?
Absolutely, if there is something, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We're constantly getting updates and.
And the company's funding this, I take it?
No, I
updates?
wouldn't say that.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
The IDEA grant is funding.
Oh, we got a grant for it, that's.
No, that's the usual IDEA. That's the ESE grant that pays
Okay.
for just about everything in ESE. Just wanted to let you know they are working on a female, and they do have one that's supposed to come out with diversity. I had requested one, but I didn't want to wait on it, so we have 3. Not bilingual yet. We're working on it, but we are waiting also for one that has diversity, and we'll probably see if we can't get a female also.
So if you mean like an update, like an Apple will have an update, yes, they will automatically update.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just one last thing, too. You see everybody's wearing T-shirts because this is April and it's Autism Month. And I did just want to say that Dr. Green's request was granted, and her customized shirt is being delivered today.
Now tell her she's got to wear it.
We're good?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. Mr. Minor, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Central Florida Public School Board Coalition Report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier this week, I had the privilege of representing Manatee County and this school board in Orlando at the Central Florida Public School Board Coalition. We had 3 speakers, Jacob Oliva, who's Executive Vice Chancellor, Division K-12. He is kind of the go-to guy under the Chancellor. He is former superintendent over in Flagler, which is just above Volusia, and Daytona, kind of buttons up to Lake County and Orange County. And I'm very impressed. This is the second time I've heard him speak. I heard him at the weekend or days in the legislature address the greater Florida coalition. They were offering a luncheon, and I dropped by and had lunch and listened to Jacob. He had a very nice approach of, let's work together, and I just instantly, liked the guy. Highlights of what he was talking about was the statistics regarding absenteeism, both for students and teachers. And we don't really have a great definition of what absenteeism is, and that's one of the problems. Is a teacher taking a leave day, is that absence? Or if they're sick, is that absence? It's not really defined by statute or otherwise. But the current description works in, they say if a teacher misses 10% or more of the school days, then they're defined as chronically absent. And he said 39% of Florida teachers are chronically absent. I don't, that surprises me. I kind of question it, how they come up with that. But he was saying that the number one reason is systems, that if it's in the system that you got to take leave days off, but lose it, does that make good sense? And, things like that. That's just a highlight. I want to go on. I think it's kind of late, but we also had Erin Schwartz, who was with the League of Women Voters of Orange County, and she was speaking in terms of, working with other organizations to help, like PTOs, PTAs, to help cultivate the importance of public education, which is our business. Eileen Fernandez, who is a legislative liaison for Orange County, and that's one of the benefits that we have with being part of the coalition. We have about a half a dozen legislative liaisons that are working for us and provide us some information. I'll get to the bottom line here with them. I think you all have read in the papers about the budget and how public education did. the legislature said that per student this year, they were going to allocate $7,408.13. A lot of money. That's $101.50 more than the prior year. Unfortunately, only 47 cents of that is not categorical. That is money that districts can use for things that come in handy, like gas for buses, teachers and all of that. In a sense, really, if you take into account cost of living, it reinforces the opinion of some legislatures that the theme should be starve, score, and scorn as far as goes to public education. But that's what we're living with, and we'll just go on and do our best. But or Eileen, who's a very sharp lady, says that I think there's a realization that you can't continue on that and have the public education that our children deserve and our communities deserve. So that's the wrap-up report and summary, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this report.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer, and thank you for representing our district. We are now on item number 3, our audit committee update from Dr. Ogruso.
Good evening. Excuse me. The audit committee met on March 9th. That was a month ago. Some things have happened since, so we'll try to bring you up to date on a couple of things that have occurred since our last meeting. The first thing I'd like to do is thank one of our committee members, Doug Walters. He served on the interview committee for the new Chief Financial Officer, and so we appreciate him giving his time to that. One of our first orders of business at that time was to review the district's response to the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee's letter to the district about previous audits that were still outstanding findings. We did that review. We had made some suggestions for inclusions to try and strengthen the response of the district. The district staff informed us that all 3 of those audit findings, the first one was on bank reconciliations, the second one on compensation and salary schedules, and the third on security controls for user authentication and data loss prevention. All 3 of them have been addressed by the district. Our internal auditor was able to verify that the bank reconciliations are up to date, so that's good news, and we're going to monitor that to make sure that stays. And they also had planned to go in and verify that the security controls were also taken care of, just as a second look and making sure that was done. They were not able to do that verification at that time. However, the audit committee has asked them to do so before the Auditor General is complete with their operational audit this spring. And so that work is ongoing and will be completed shortly, I understand. The second order of business we had that day was to talk about information technology. This is, again, a repeated audit finding that we have had many discussions on. We have raised this issue with you several times. A lot of the IT findings are confidential, so we cannot have open discussions with you about this, so we have assigned one of our committee members to monitor that. At the time, okay, this is a month ago, at the time the internal auditor had reported that about 48% of the outstanding findings, or about 80 of them, had been completed and were actually certified and cleared by the internal auditor. There are others that were in the works, but until they get to a certain point where the internal auditor says, yep, that's finished, it's not considered to be cleared. At our meeting, the auditors had reported that the work at the time was very slow. They were concerned about the pace at which things were taking place, and that they believed there needed to be a more rapid response, including the prioritizing of the most critical areas to get those done as soon as possible. And it was clear from all of the discussions we had, everybody here is working very, very hard. We keep coming back to the same thing. They need more staff. There were also some concern to us, some missteps between the silent company that is working with the internal auditors and also with the staff. Dr. Green intervened on that. There has been some work done to make sure that they are doing things a little bit better everybody understands the requirements here, because this is a secure situation, and how to go about the processes that the district requires to certify that only appropriate people are looking at this information. And so we expect that that will be a better situation, and more of that work will be done. As I said, a lot's happened since our discussion. You had a shade meeting on March 23rd. I was not present at that. You've had that discussion. One of our, the internal auditor was present. We did have a follow-up conversation on Friday. Our committee member was present. The internal auditor was present. Staff had that discussion. The reports that I have been given from the internal auditor is that a tremendous amount of work has taken place over the last several weeks. The team seems to be focused on addressing those findings and clearing them as quickly as is possible. So there is a lot of progress being done. And again, you had another shade meeting today where you got more information on exactly that status. I will repeat one more time, they need staff. And I hope that as part of today's meeting, you got some additional information that would help you and the district to address that particular concern. Just briefly, as you are aware, you did on March 13th approve a contract revision for Shin & Company because they had a name change. Byron Shin was at our meeting and provided some information in detail about CRI, his new company, and how they will continue working. We're working with the same staff going forward, same pricing and everything for the remainder of this contract. And so things are as they are, even though there is a name change with the internal auditor. The other really big area that we have been focusing on is the Enterprise Resource Planning, or ERP. And in our initial report, and then again in an email to you, we had issued a training alert. This refers to the development of training materials as well as business processes that are necessary for this project to proceed. You did hear a presentation about this afternoon. At the time of our meeting, the internal auditor, who had brought in some additional people from their new company to actually take a look and kind of say, okay, what are you thinking, so that we could all be on the same page. They indicated that what they were seeing is that the work that was being done by cyber was very good. There were great scripts being provided for the teams to use. Testing was going very well. The issue at the time, and which remains, is that the development of materials for the training and the development and documentation of the business processes are behind schedule, and that's work that is critical and needs to be done. And you heard today, we were pleased to hear that the staff acknowledged that work is still behind. We have kept it at a red level, and they also said this afternoon that they considered it also to be red. So those two concerns we had, or the concern we had a month ago, remains. However, there has been some progress made in that area, and we want to acknowledge that the staff has worked very, very hard within the resources that they do have to try and get that work completed. Make sure I get to the right page. We did raise the concern, again, this is our mantra. They need help, they need staff. They have a lot of people who have been reassigned or are working part-time on this particular project, but they still have their regular jobs and they have other duties, and it gets wearing and it gets stressful to keep trying to maintain the pace at which this must be done for them to go live on July 1. And the audit committee has taken a very strong position about this training piece. From everything we are seeing, the software, the project itself will be ready to go live July 1. Our concern is, will the staff, those 6,800 people you talked about this afternoon, will they be ready to use this system? And for me, the deadline date is the day the children come back to school, because that's when a school district's life changes. When those kids come in the door, that's your focus. So you can't be pulling teachers to train them. You can't be asking bus drivers to still learn how to log in. You can't be saying to principals, oh, you got to do this and this and this and this at the same time when all of those kids have come into the building. So this is a critical, critical piece, and the resources to get that training done and get those 6,800 people expert with this system at the end of this summer is really, really important. We are happy to hear about the resource requests that have come to you today. Having the change order, we think is a good thing. Having the budget include a request for additional staff, we think is a good thing. That will go a long way towards helping get some of this work done in time. I will say to you that yesterday we had a conference call with the internal auditors and with the staff and myself. They did brief us on what they would be asking of you in the change order. They also did share with us what their hope is for the additional resources in the new budget. I do want to make sure you understand, we did not see the presentation that they gave today. There were pieces of that they did share with us, so we had some of the data, but not that entire presentation. I know that question was asked. We had not seen the PowerPoint, and the internal auditor has not reviewed that data. I just wanted to be clear about that so we were on the same page. But in terms of the overall request, it's important, it's a great step forward, but I'm going to say this to you, I don't believe it's enough. They need those resources that are in the budget, they need them now. And I can't emphasize that enough. Moving on. The next thing we did want to talk with you about is that this is a follow-up to an earlier meeting. We have been charged with reviewing the sales surtax and how it is spent, and we've taken on that responsibility. And so at our February meeting, we had a discussion about that. And we were presented with information about the purchase of bonds that were secured by the sales surtax. And at my last presentation to you, I did indicate that we had a question, because we're looking at all these documents and the language is a little bit different, and what the bond says is one thing, what the sales surtax says is another, and attached to the sales surtax is the chart of the 10-year plan. And the question we ask fundamentally is, what language takes precedent? Because it's not clear, and it's not crystal clear to us. And so we asked the staff to just ask bond counsel to certify that it was okay to use the funds to purchase buses, because that was the specific issue that we were concerned about. Bond counsel did reply to our request for that certification, and basically bond counsel said, with respect to the school bus purchases, such expenditures may not be within the authorized purposes. And the use of the term may not is important. It's not a definitive, no, you can't do that, but it's also not a, oh yeah, go ahead and do it. It's the same thing that we were concerned, the language is not clear. And so we have recommended that you take what bond counsel recommends and that you not use those funds for the purchase of school buses. And I want to be crystal clear about this. This is not a situation where anyone intentionally misused the funds. That's not it. It's a question of what specifically the language says. Same question we ask. It's easy to say it's here, so it should be allowed, but there's uncertainty about that. And I also know that Mr. Serrano has already addressed this. I understand it's been taken care of, and so that should not be an issue going forward. But we just want to be clear about that. This is not something anybody's done wrong. So it's just, but we're glad we had the opportunity to review it. Bond counsel responded, and that's important. We are in the process, as you know, of reviewing the work of the internal auditor and his contract. We're hoping to bring you a new contract no later than your first meeting in June. We will continue our review of that work at our next meeting, next audit committee meeting. At the same time, what the audit committee is requesting is an opportunity to meet with you. I get you are really, really busy. We've been through your meetings today, not all of them as you have. So I understand that's really busy. We would just like some time perhaps at one of your workshops to discuss with you the work that should be done by the internal auditor next year. We have a risk assessment, so we have an idea of what we'd like to do, but then there's also other things that are coming up as a result of the work that's being done this year. You do have ERP that still needs to be reviewed. The IT will continue. So we thought it might be good if we could just have a few minutes to kind of go through all of that, make sure we're all on the same page, that we're addressing what you want us to address, and also help get a better understanding of what it is the internal auditor does, what the audit committee does, and making sure we're all being responsive to what the community and the school district needs. And my final comment this evening is a follow-up from February 27th. Mr. Minor had asked me a question about the Auditor General, because they are here this year to do an operational audit, and no one expected that until next year. So why are they here a year early? I didn't have an answer for you that night because we were getting some different information about exactly what they were doing here a year early. Were they a year early? Are they only supposed to come every 3 years? The law says that they must come at least every 3 years, but they may come more frequently. And in the past, if you look at the audits that have been done for the school district, it has not been a clean every 3 years. They've actually been here more often. I had met with the auditor who is doing the operational audit at the entrance meeting with the district, and she indicated that there are legislative priorities that may in fact govern and decide that, yeah, we're going to do this more often, and that we likely can expect they will be auditing not only us, but all school districts a lot more frequently. So I just wanted you to know that.
Thank you.
And I think I talked as fast as I could. It's so late. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy
Thank
to
you.
answer them.
Any questions? Mr. Minor?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the benefit of the audience, when you said you talked in terms of a change order, you're talking about what's on our agenda tonight under new business, approval of change order request with cyber. Okay, and if I understand that you think that's a good idea.
I do. I do.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
I've had an opportunity to read it, and I really do.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you.
So you just mentioned that you plan it in June to bring us kind of an evaluation of internal audit?
The contract. We renewed their contract. We wanted to make sure we had it in time for the start of the fiscal year. So our plan right now, if we can get the audit committee meeting the way I'm hoping, is to have it to you no later than the first meeting in June, so that we can have a seamless flow of the auditing work.
Okay, and then will that pretty much match up with the external, the audit committee's assessment of how we should go with the external auditor as well?
We had recommended to you that we do an RFP goes out this year to identify an external auditor. Their contract expires with this the fiscal 18 audit that they are beginning now. And so, a matter of fact, the staff has already sent me a draft of the RFP, which I will read through, and the audit committee will review that at their next meeting so that we can get that work done. And there's a timeline to have that done and to you sometime near the end of the summer, end of August, beginning of September, so that they could begin their work for fiscal year 19.
Okay. And then one more, the next audit committee meeting?
We're trying to set it up for the end of April. It is not confirmed yet, but hopefully the last week in April, or we may have to go into the first week of May, but we've been trying to get it for the last week in April to get it going.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Cologne?
Yeah, thank you for coming. We really appreciate it. And I met with ERP staff myself this afternoon, and I agree with you. They need more help, and I'm quite willing to be one of the votes to help provide that. Mr. Serrano's smiling because he thought I was going to be the obstacle. But, you know, I'm reasonable, and I know that we're into this so far now that there's no turning back. And I don't believe in, you know, turning around in when you're 3/4 of the way done.
Yeah, and if I can just say, they are working really, really hard. It's not like people are sitting around not trying to.
Rob is working diligently, as is Ms. Oxley, so I applaud that, and, you know, I'm looking forward to the training, and I'm going to make sure, or I'm going to make noise about the entire board taking it, so that we can share the pain. I've been through it already before. Now, there is one question I have. Maybe this is best asked to Mr. Dye. Why were you not in the shade meeting when we went over ERP and security? Is there any reason for that?
I can answer it. In meeting with Rob and his staff, they had a request that they be allowed to present the material to us without the internal auditor and the audit committee being present.
Any particular reason? Is it a secret?
No, I just think it was probably coming off of the meeting they had before. They felt that they would like to have their own time with us.
What about in the future?
I think we've moved past that point.
Okay, good. So we look forward to seeing you in the next one.
I'm happy to. Okay, Is that all?
Any other questions? Thank you, and thank you
you.
for all the
Happy
work
nights.
you and your committee do. We
Yeah,
appreciate it.
thank you to these volunteers.
Okay, members, any questions for the superintendent regarding leaves? If none, I think we are ready for public comments, Vice Chair Messenger.
Yeah. Okay, so just to put this out there. Public comment is not an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the school board or public. Also, public comments is not a forum to attack individual school system employees or board members. Any such complaints should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Finally, this is not a forum for addressing issues involving individual students. Because of privacy concerns, such issues should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. This is a business meeting of the school board, and the public expects that we conduct it in an orderly, efficient, effective, and dignified manner. We request that speakers keep this in mind when making your comments. We also request that the audience keep that in mind and not demonstrate approval or disapproval of what a speaker has said by clapping or booing. The board appreciates the public's input and will listen attentively, consider each comment, and usually will not respond, enter into debate, or answer questions during comments on agenda items or during the public comment section. And with that, we do have 15 people signed up. And I will start with Stephen Gufanti. And after Stephen was Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson informed me that he did not want to speak. So we'll start with Stephen. Right, sure, I understand that was a lengthy, okay. And Mr. Nelson said he preferred not to speak. John Sire. And after John will be Brian Licata.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Green, everybody who's still left here, and everybody watching at home or watching later. I'm up here today speaking as an individual and a teacher in Manatee County. I've been at King Middle School. This is my 11th year. Great school, Go Crusaders. Ms. Messenger knows a little something about that, I think.
Yes.
I'm here tonight to say thank you, first and foremost, to the community of Manatee County, everybody that voted for the tax mill. It's very much appreciated. I want to specifically recognize one of our board members, Mr. Miner, for his work on the campaign, for his very hard work with a shovel and boots going around all of Manatee County, putting up very large signs, digging holes before the election. I did some work with yard signs myself. There might have been a picture out there. He also was doing this with a man named Steve, who's in this room also. So I want to say thank you to both of them. Really appreciate your hard work. I'll admit, after 7 o'clock when the polls closed, I did go to a place to watch results somewhere in public. I called Steve to join me. He said he couldn't. I said, why? He said, because I'm with Dave Miner taking down the signs already, all the way out east somewhere. So the work never stops. I just want to say thank you very much to the community, to Dave and Steve, for your very hard work on the campaign. Thank you.
Mr. Licata? Okay, Jay Mixon, and after Jay Mixon will be Linda Scheich. Okay, Linda, you're up, and then Mr. Hoover.
Some way to weed him out, just keep staying late. This is a picture. of Dave Miner and Dr. Scott Hopes right after the board workshop that was 2 weeks ago. I shouldn't have to say anything more than this. This should settle the issue. At the workshop, it was unanimously agreed to not address this issue. The bylaws also do not allow a process for removal of officers. The only way this can happen is if Scott Hopes were to voluntarily give up his position. I support Scott Hopes in his efforts to fix the problems that are endemic to the school district, and I encourage him to not give up this position voluntarily. This should be put aside. You have too many other serious problems to take care of.
Thank you. Mr. Hoover and then Mr. Hundley, and I have been informed that Mr. Hundley is speaking for a group, so he will be given 5 minutes.
Good evening, Dr. Green, Dr. Hopes, board members, staff, attorneys. I have 3 subjects I'd like to address tonight. First, regarding the close vote on March 20th, the people of Manatee County have spoken. And by the way, we all support quality education in Manatee County. I do call on the district now, though, to show teachers and bus drivers that you do place them at the highest priority and make their pay permanent, so they aren't put in this predicament in 4 years where you might take the pay away. So I hope that's something that this board can work on and this district can work on and support our teachers that way. Second, to address the chairmanship situation, I also would hope, no pun intended, that the chairman would remain in that position. I think it's the right thing to do. It's going to cause more division if you continue down that road. So I just ask that we move on and let's get this district moving in the right direction. Finally, I would like to discuss the teacher evaluation system for the 2015-16 school year. It is clear that this particular class of teachers have not been treated with the respect they deserve. And what's unnerving about the whole thing is that the district, if it would have done the right thing in the first place, it would have cost $0 to the district, 0. And now the district is put in a position where to do the right thing, it has to pay money. And it's a shame because it would have cost the district 0 if the right thing, and it was brought to the district's attention in the beginning when the state would have paid for it. But it's been mishandled, and there's no valid reason why this thing has gone on a year and a half. A year and a half. So at the last board meeting, one board member made a motion to set some parameters regarding this issue. And I asked this board to go one step further that instructs the district to actually pay these teachers so this issue can be put to rest once and for all. It's rightfully due them, and if you care about our teachers, you'll do the right thing. Let's put this issue to rest once for all. And remember, you are the board. You have the sole authority to fix this. I hope you do. Thank you much.
Okay, Mr. Hundley, and then after Mr. Hundley will be Mr. Piper.
Good evening, board. Dr. Green. I won't need 5 minutes. I'm tired. You're tired. I just want to start off by saying sometimes we have to think about things, and just because we can do things doesn't mean we should. And I enjoyed this evening because I got to watch a process. I got to watch a community of people have concerns, have issues, come in, express them, and then I got to watch this board and these staffers compromise, change, and do what they thought was right. And I originally came here to scorch the earth, came in here upset and wanted to make sure it was known that I also had concerns about our underrepresented population of kids, not those kids that were being fought for today, but the other kids, the Title I kids. And I'm very pleased that I don't have to do that right now. Dr. Green talked to me as we often do, and I think we're going to be able to get to yes without it being here. And so I want to afford her that opportunity because I believe she means it. But I just want to be clear that those kids have support too. They have a voice too. And I hope I don't have to come back to the next board meeting, but if I do, I'll be heard from here to Tallahassee to Jacksonville and back because those kids need support too. But I do appreciate the process that took place today. Those folks came in here and exercised their right, and it appears the majority of them got what they wanted. So I'm trying to do the same. But have a good night. Thank you.
Mr. Piper and then Miss Bayer, which I don't see her.
Ms. Scheich said and Mr. Hoover said I had nothing more to say.
Okay. Miss Bayer? I don't think she's here. Melissa Cohen? Sarah Gloricio? Cindy? Come on down. After Cindy is Mr. Vernon.
Wow, what a meeting. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, I want to commend you for addressing the redistricting for Lakewood Ranch students and all the others that were involved. However, I have just comment was why wasn't moving the portables on the land that is available at Lakewood Ranch site ever brought up prior to all this redistricting? If you have that much land, you could have moved the portables and start that wing earlier than 2 years from now. Redistricting and then building doesn't make a lot of sense to me. That's just a comment that I picked up on all of that. But I also want to comment about confidence and trust that the community has in its board members here. There's a lot of lack of confidence in the board from some of the things that's gone on. We need to regain that, rebuild this board, and move forward and do what you were elected to do. Represent the school district, not just the teachers, the bus drivers, but the entire district. I don't have kids in school, but I have a great concern for what's going on in the school district. Secondly, I want to say some comments about the IT system. We've got a change order for an additional $366,000 in report that they gave. They want to hire a training coordinator that would be a pay scale from $50,000 to $100,000. I think that's a little outrageous, and I'm sure that would be a position that would be internally filled. That's usually the way that system goes. But with this IT system, I know, like Mr. Clone said, once you start, you can't go back when you get so deep. Well, we're to the point where we're bleeding money on this project. We are bleeding money on this project. And at some point, you're gonna have to say to the vendor that's putting the system in, to the people that are working on it, enough is enough. We can only go so far, but we're bleeding to death on that project. I was here for that audit committee report, and I thank her so much for all the work that she does on that. There was no board members here, none at all, to ask questions, to find out what was going wrong. My last note on that meeting that I took was there was problem 2 years ago, and they're still existing. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Vernon, and last but not least will be Mrs. Mendel.
Good evening, board, superintendent, attorneys, staff. Tonight, I should say my name is Steve Vernon, V-E-R-N-O-N. I think somebody wanted me to do that. Today I'm rising in support of Dr. Scott Hopes. I want him to remain as chair. And I think it would be exceedingly unwise to remove him. Not only because of his business credentials and academic background, as recognized by Governor Scott, but because the motion last meeting appeared to me to be totally groundless, emotionally petty, and highly manipulative. I'm involved in many civic groups, talk to a lot of different people across the county, and I can speak for them, and not only myself, when I say that removal of Dr. Hopes will do nothing to reverse the lack of trust that citizens have in this school district. It would not be helpful, it will not be productive, but it would be disruptive. It would also verify what a number of citizens are saying, that the school board has something to hide. His removal as chair is unwarranted and without merit or justification. So please don't make this grave mistake. It is not in the best interests of this county. Thank you.
Last but not least, Mrs. Mendel.
Thank you. Correct. There are a lot of things that are not in the best interest of this county. And I wish I'd had a picture like Linda had, because I have on Twitter a picture of Mr. Hopes, who is with the members of the Florida Coalition of School Board Members, handing out awards, a red boxing glove award that says you're protecting our kids, doing what's best, fighting for our students. If you have any idea who makes up the members of the Florida Coalition of School Board Members, you would be incredibly disturbed. I asked from the beginning, please do not associate or join this organization. I have done a public records request and found out that indeed our tax dollars have not gone to that organization. But let me explain to you just a little bit about who these people are, and really take some time to research how many of members of the Florida legislature, the Republican Party, either own their own charter schools, work for charter school corporations, or have crafted the tax credit voucher system. That is, we are now funding 3 separate.
Madam Vice Chair, the comments should be directed to the board.
Okay, here,
so that
okay,
it goes on
comes
record.
right to the
Yeah,
board.
yeah.
I'm happy to do that. Awards were given to Corcoran, Diaz, and Baxley, just to name a few. The Florida Coalition School Board was thrilled to recognize policymakers for introducing and supporting legislation that supports their values. These members of this religious, conservative, evangelical coalition of school board members gave awards to legislators who are literally dismantling public education in the state of Florida. These are the same legislators that gave us the 47 cents more per student because of the train bills that have been forced through. From the Miami Herald, this year's funding increase for normal school operations was 40 cents per student, far below what it had been previous years. That does nothing to ease the anxiety of districts and teachers who feel they're being asked to continually do more with less. Richard Corcoran was one of those winners. This is what was reported out on Corcoran, president of the Florida House, whose wife owns Classical Charter School in their county. Richard Corcoran's education policies and the cuts to public schools have hurt millions of Florida children, while his own family and corporate donors have benefited from the state-sponsored expansion of charter schools. Corcoran's brother is a lobbyist who works for the Florida Consortium of Public Charter Schools, according to the state's lobbyist directory. And again, his wife owns the classical charter schools. Another award winner, Manny Diaz, works for Academica and receives a $100,000 salary from the company. He had a $1.3 million debt disappear overnight when he was elected to the House and made COO of Doral College. Academica was just chosen to be one of 2 charters that will run the Schools of Hope because of House Bill 7055. That's convenient. He got his second employer, a $23 million, and on and on and on. There are pictures on Twitter. Bridget Ziegler,
Thank
Eric
you.
Robinson, Erica Donald, look them up.
Thank you, Mrs. Mendel. And that, oh, okay, thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Yes,
I signed up, I don't know why I'm not on there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What is your name?
Moskowitz.
That is not on my list.
I mean, you can go and let him speak. He's been sitting through it. I don't know what he's speaking about. Maybe not.
Okay.
It's risky.
It's risky. Yes.
He did sign up, he signed up under the workshop, as Ms. Mendel did. Ms. Mendel came in and pointed that out to me. I did add her.
I understand. Okay, come on down. Thank you.
Board members, Dr. Green, I also came here to thank the community and the business people who helped pass the 1 mil referendum. I've been working in the alternative school for 16 years. We find it very difficult to receive a bonus, and this money means a lot to the teachers at the school. I also want to thank all the members of the school district who were involved in helping to get the word out about the importance of this mill and to promote the effort and pass this referendum. I am specifically and extremely grateful to Mr. Minor, because I know that this has been an issue that Mr. Minor is bringing up for years. This goes back, I have no idea exactly how many years, but in the time that I've been coming to these meetings, going back 5-6 years, Mr. Minor has brought it up over and over. And he was one of the driving forces behind it, and I saw his commitment when we were out there. Honestly, I don't know how I got into putting up signs. I think I went to pick up some yard signs, and it ended up being put up all the signs. I was out there with him digging holes, lugging signs around, sticking them in the ground. He was down on his hands and knees, scooping out dirt to make the sign level, okay? I mean, the man's heart, dedication is all there for the members of this board to help you guys get this money. He's there for the employees, he's there for the kids, and I just want to commend that effort. And so I just would like to say thank you to Mr. Minor, thank you to Mr. Kennedy, thank you to Mrs. Messenger, Mr. Hopes, Mr. Cologne, not so much, sorry. I know that you had an issue with the $300,000. That's right, but if we had to wait, we would have been waiting another year. And for those of us who have raised 2 children basically on their own and put 2 kids through college, you have no idea how important this money is to me. My son is 28, my daughter 27, and I'm still paying their bills off. So this is a great day for me, but it's also a fantastic day for the community. And so I just want everyone to know how grateful I am and the people I work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
I actually ran into him when the day he was putting up signs at Arby's. We had a conversation. He was a hard worker. Just we have speakers for consent too, just so you are aware.
Okay. So we'll take that up when we get to the consent. Okay. All right, members. Do I have a motion on approval of the minutes? Oh, I'm sorry. Madam Superintendent, Dr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the minutes
from the March 13th, 2018 workshop and regular meeting and public hearing, and the March 23rd, 2018 special meeting.
So moved.
Second. Having been moved and seconded, are there any comments, additions, discussion? Hearing none. If you will vote, a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Dr. Green, consent items.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the consent agenda for April 10, 2018.
So moved.
Have been moved and seconded. Vice Chairman, do we have speakers?
We do. First is Ms. Scheich and then Ms. Martin. Martin?
It's been a long day.
Did you change it?
Oh, that was me.
I lost another friend. You know, it's refreshing to see that the ERP installation is finally moving forward, primarily due to the efforts of the new team. But for those people who don't have the time or the energy to go through the 800 to 1,200 consent package, I want to point out that there's 2 consent items that deal with increasing the cost of the new computer system. The original cost of $9 million is more than doubled, and the costs are still climbing. The district is increasing the contract with Agitech by $150,000. This is an increase of 61% of the original contract price. How is it that the cost has been so poorly calculated? Add to that the contract with Cyber Global in the amount of $366,000 for training material. Did no one give any prior thought as to how the employees would be trained in this new system? In this meeting alone, the new computer cost has increased by $610,000. So it's gone from an original cost of $9 million to $20 million and still climbing. And I've asked before, and I'm going to ask again, I would like to see an outside audit to get to the bottom of why this happened, because if we don't find out what happened and fix it, it's going to keep happening with everything. We're seeing the construction costs are doubling and tripling. I mean, this has got to stop at some point. And on the other item, I put in a public records request this week. You know, in the millage, you asked for $5 million to fund STEM. So I put in a records request. I said, in the past 3 years, what has been spent on the STEM program each year, and at what schools? And I got a reply back that it'll cost me $150 to find out. Now, are you telling me that there are no reports that are done on where this STEM money is spent? Is there nobody who's submitting a report to Dr. Green or to the board saying this is what schools the money went to? I mean, I find it incredible that there is no prior reports that they could just simply send to me. So once again, I'm asking for some information on the STEM monies. Thank you.
Ms. Martin.
Good evening, long evening, board, Dr. Green. I want to talk about the Lakewood Ranch Athletic Field resurfacing. Again, we have overruns. The original estimate was $600,000, and that was June 13, 2017. And the cost to date of November 14, 2017 was $1,425,000. How can a construction department be so off project? And to let you know, it has not been finished as a final. How much is it going to cost the taxpayers? I do understand that there can be changes, and I'm very willing to accept that. However, when you are writing your information, I think it would be wise to suggest what the change was, how much it was, when the change started, and when it was ended. Because right now, you're giving me a bunch of numbers without any type of background information, not only to protect you or what I'm asking for, and also for me to be able to understand it. I thank you.
Those are the only two comments we had for consent.
Okay, members, we have moved the consent items. It has been seconded. We're now on debate. Hearing no debate, members, are we ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Showing no opposition, show it passing. Okay, members, we are now on old business. Item number 1, I think this was Mr. Kennedy's. Yeah, microphone.
Okay. Much has been said tonight, and much has been said over the past couple of weeks. So first of all, I am certainly not interested in some sort of show trial or public flogging or airing of grievances or whatever. When I initially made this motion a couple Fridays ago, it was kind of the culmination of some things that I had observed, frankly, that I had read in the paper, which I thought were out of line. But I meant what I said back then. The thing that troubled me was the gun comment. And what was the, I'll just be honest. The gun comment troubled me, and I was thinking about making that motion actually before the referendum. And then I kind of calmed down and took some talking off the ledge, as sometimes Gina has to do, talking off the ledge. But, what did I say the other day? Sometimes you guys have to, pull me back. And anyway, and then the night of the referendum, and this was my tipping point. The night of the referendum, in the newspaper, we're all celebrating, and I opened the paper the next morning, and you were quoted in the newspaper criticizing the management of the school district, which on a night of such positive news, it just really rubbed me the wrong way. We had the special meeting planned for 3 days later, and I did what I did. Naively, I thought it would be a kind of quick up or down thing. If there's 3 votes to do this, let's do it. Let's select a new chair and vice chair, and let's move on. And it got tabled, and then we went to our session, which I thought was I really honestly thought it was productive. We came up with some new protocols on how to handle each other, on how to, kind of run the meeting better. And I really thought that, we could probably let this go. And, the conversation was that constructive, I thought. And then when the agenda was published last Tuesday, the motion that had been postponed, which by Roberts must reappear on the agenda to which it was postponed to a date certain, was not there. And so that got me all cranked up again. So while I disagree with, Mr. Piper, I disagree with your legal assessment of Florida statute. Yes, it does say that board elections are held in November, but it doesn't say we can't do them some other time. But I reached out to a parliamentarian as well who does some training for FSBA, and his assessment was that we do in fact need to do a motion to rescind is not proper in that instance, and we would need to go through the way Roberts lays it out. Now, of course, I'm torn on the issue. On the other hand, Mr. Hobbs, you are the chair. You could also just kind of look at the situation and say, I might have 3 members here who don't support my leadership, so maybe I should acquiesce and we should choose new leaders. I don't want to pull Mr. Dye into this because he's in an impossible situation trying to mediate a conflict between 2 board members. And I haven't personally heard from any school board attorneys outside of Manatee County with their opinion, but you know, by our bylaws, we are under Roberts rules, but I think superseding that, we are under Florida statute. And I think under Florida statute, we're okay. But anyway, but as has been mentioned here tonight, I do not want to subject the district to any more of this. And Mr. Chair, if you will insist that there be a trial as directed under Roberts, then I'm not willing to do that. What I think, no matter what happens as a result of this motion, and you suggested this at the board training, is that my 5 minutes? Mr. Chair, may I have an additional 30 seconds?
Yes, you may.
Which, side note, one of the protocols we came up with at our board training was that we would be limited to 5 minutes each, and everyone would be able to speak before anybody spoke again, which I think is a really good idea, but I just got dinged for the first time. So one of the things you brought up at that workshop was that 2 members can always call a meeting between the 2 of them, and it can be publicly noticed, and those 2 members can meet. And I just want to raise that no matter what happens as a result of this motion, I think probably that would be productive for you and I to schedule such a meeting, regardless of which way this goes, because we have a long way to go together, and we have some fences to mend, for which I am responsible, because I certainly could have handled it better. But there have been times over the past couple of months since you became chair, and Gina and I had reservations back in November, and to my perspective, some of those reservations have come to bear. So that's where I am. I don't know where the rest of the board is, but that's all I got. So sorry, went over my 5 minutes.
So you still would need to make the motion. And I will tell you the chair's ruling is that it's an illegal motion. You cannot rescind an election of officers or members. So you could withdraw it, or the chair's position, if you make the motion, it's not a legal motion.
Mr. Chairman, why don't you just withdraw the motion? We should move forward as we decided, Florida School Board meeting. And why don't you 2 have a meeting together that's publicly noticed? And this way, I think you can both air your reservations, and we can move forward as a board rather than begin to look like Sarasota County. They seem to be moving in the direction we're trying to get out of. Is that acceptable, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, I mean, everybody has get a chance to speak before I speak again. So.
Oh, okay. I guess Mr.
Well,
okay. I guess, Mr. Cologne, you've had your 5 minutes. You've used your 5 minutes.
Well, actually, I have not, but I didn't require 5 minutes. I'm
Okay,
leaving
you
that
don't
up
have
to
to
you.
use all of it.
I'll cede my time to you, Mr. Minor. I'm sure you can use it.
Okay.
Mr. Minor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
And we're not really speaking on a motion, but go ahead.
There's been raised a legal issue, a parliamentary issue, the parliamentarian of this board is the board attorney. Nobody has asked the board attorney for the board's attorney's interpretation of the law regarding the motion that was made and seconded at the last meeting, that there be a rescission of the election that was held on November 28th for the organization of this board. And, for there to be an election of new officers, plural, for this board. I think that's a threshold issue that's been raised by speakers and the chair, expressing a feeling that to have a rescission of an organization meeting for election of officers would not comport with our laws. Now, I think that it's important to note that the motion wasn't removal. It was for rescission of an organization meeting, at which was made back on November 28th, wherein unanimously Dr. Scott Hopes was elected chair, and unanimously Mrs. Gina Messenger was elected as vice chair. That was the motion made and seconded. There was a agreement that was made that speakers would be limited to 5 minutes, and I got 2 minutes and 13 seconds, I guess, left. And to have it continued, for a vote at this meeting. What I am, saying is that I think that the proper determiner of the procedure of what we do with the motion that has already been made and seconded to go forward is the parliamentarian of this board. And as the parliamentarians say, you got to have a hearing and all of this stuff that's been claimed, well, then we do that. If our parliamentarian, says, having a motion that if a majority of this board say, let's rescind and have a new organization meeting at which every member of this board, including, the incumbent, Dr. Hopes, could be a candidate for chair or vice chair, as well as every other person, then we do it. And so I think I'm putting the onus where really our rules and law are, as far as that interpretation, that on our board attorney. And I'm asking that the board attorney indicate whether it is legal to go forward with the motion that has been made and seconded, for a vote on that motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The ruling of the chair is the motion is out of order. It is not allowed. Mr. Kennedy.
But I want to allow Gina to speak.
I
She
thought he
hasn't
was
spoken
asking
yet.
Mr. Dye.
Yeah, I'm asking Mr. Dye to render an
I
opinion.
was hoping to hear from Mr. Dye, that's all. Isn't that what you were asking?
Yes, I am.
That's what I thought.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Dye.
Excuse me. My view is the motion is proper. is the proper way to reach the question. The issue that the chair raises about whether there should be some kind of a hearing or some kind, Roberts does speak to that. I don't think that what Roberts says about having a hearing to remove an officer from position applies in this situation. And the reason for that is because Florida law already speaks to the situation, and Roberts is subservient to Florida law. What Florida law says is that a public officer has a right to a hearing when they are being removed from the office, meaning in this situation, a member of the school board being removed from the school board. It doesn't reach the issue of chairmanship or vice chairmanship or those kind of in-house positions. Some of the discussion that Roberts has about rescission not being proper when removing somebody from office works because Roberts is also written for many bodies. Public agencies are their own special creature. They have their own rules that come with a long history, their constitutional restrictions, and that's where the right to hearing comes from. It comes from a due process protection of the ability to sit as a elected official, a public official. In a private organization such as, say, the Kiwanis Club, for example, you don't have those constitutional protections, so they have to have a way to protect their own members with their own in-house rules, such as Roberts. But because Florida has already told us, Florida law has already told us when the right to a hearing arises, Roberts is basically surplusage when it comes to that kind of an issue. So to some, I think the motion is proper from a parliamentary point of view.
All right. The chair's position remains. Are you a certified parliamentarian?
No, sir. I'm certified in local government law by the Florida Bar.
So I will tell you that the Florida School Board Association does have access to and uses a lawyer who is also a parliamentarian. Neola is another source which they pass our bylaws. It's very clear in our bylaws that the chairman is elected for the term of 1 year and until a successor is elected. We do incorporate Robert's Rules of Order into our bylaws, and it is very clear in Robert's Rules of Order, actions that cannot be rescinded or amended. The motions to rescind and to amend something previously adopted are not in order under the following circumstances, and one of those circumstances is the election of members or officers. And I have confirmed that with parliamentarians. I have been in discussions with the Florida School Board Association. My suggestion is to follow Mr. Kennedy in that if we have issues that we need to discuss, we discuss it. I am not inclined to resign the chair. I do believe that this board needs to follow its own rules. And I do understand your position with regards to Florida statutes, but Florida statutes, when they define office and officer and member, they are defining it for the purposes of Florida statutes, and their definition does not apply to the definition and how it's used in Robert's Rules of Order. My suggestion, I think we've had a very positive meeting. I too have spent a good bit of time reviewing this, and as you know, we met. So from a procedural perspective, the chair's ruling is that it is an illegal motion and it is out of order.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to appeal that ruling.
Okay. And just so we're clear.
You need a second for the appeal.
Okay, hearing no second, there is no appeal.
Gina, did you want to speak first before I repeat myself? before I go again.
I'm debating whether I want to speak or not, to be quite honest with you. Just because I'm disappointed that we're even having to have this conversation at all. I made the motion to put this on the workshop and then today. And I did that because I was hoping that at the training, some positive things would happen, and that at the training, we could come back today and reaffirm that to the public. That was my goal. But like Mr. Kennedy, on Tuesday evening, when I saw that the government by which we should be functioning, which is a constitutional republic, which means I have constituents, he has constituents, you have constituents, and each one of us and a majority of the board had voted to put this there, and that wasn't placed there, even to have a discussion in the workshop, it made me concerned. Concerned in the sense that if that can so easily be removed, even though the majority of the board voted in favor of it, what else could be removed without the board's knowledge? What else could be hidden by way of that same action? And that is what concerns me, because I believe in information. I believe in having the conversation. I believe in the strength of this board in a majority vote. That is the only power we have. We do not have powers individually. And our bylaws even state that. I have no more power than you. You have zero power. I have zero power individually. Zero. It is only by us voting as a majority of the board. And so I think that when that was removed, that made me incensed, I guess is the nicest word. I can't always blame everything on pregnancy hormones, but, just because I truly believe in my allegiance to this board. And I truly believe in my allegiance to our country and to the republic by what we have here. And I felt like that single action negated all of that. And that, I think, is what has, after all of this, has bothered me more than anything, to be quite honest with you. And I understand your point of view, and I understand we don't want to have a public hearing, and I get all those things, and I have no desire to do that either. I really genuinely had hoped that we could just have a conversation and everybody just get along and then go out and go have pizza and play trivia together. That is genuinely my goal. I mean it. That's all I want, because I feel like we're only going to function better if we can actually do those things. But that comes back down to trust. And trusting that when the majority of the board supports something, then it should at least be allowed to be spoken about, because that was the motion. And for it to take 6 days for it to make it back on there, I think actually upset me more than the original motion itself, to be quite honest with you. Because I had actually contacted several people, because I had recognized I'd probably end up being a swing vote, because that's what usually happens here. I had contacted several people. Okay, let's find a way to make peace. Let's find a way to move forward. I had come up with several different things that I thought we could try. And then for it not to be there at all, and to just totally negate how this board voted and respect that I think was the hardest thing for me. With that though, I do agree that if we're hearing that this is not the proper way to do it, I understand that. All I ask is, I would be happy to have a meeting with you as well. All I ask is that we need to find a way to move forward, and I agree with you. I think the meeting has been running in a more positive and structured way tonight. But I think that's where my frustration stands. Hey, look, I made it.
Okay. So let me, and I'm glad you had I'm glad you got that out. I don't know how many of you have not listened to your wife before, but I will tell you that when I was going through the agenda, my wife said, don't just remove it from the agenda, you need to explain why you're removing it from the agenda. And any of you that attended the board training session, I think the superintendent displayed strong leadership, and she basically asked us, and I don't remember where you were, if you were there when she asked us. She asked us specifically before we leave on spring break, and I don't know if did we ever get the recording set up of the board training?
I do have the recording.
And we may not need it, but and so, you know, what I heard the superintendent ask of us specifically was, going away from spring break, she wanted to know if we were going to be dealing with all of this at the April 10th meeting. And with the facilitator, the consultant, we had a good working session among the five of us. And we talked about how we felt and what we weren't happy about. And we apologized to each other. We shook hands for pictures. And one by one, the facilitator asked us if we were putting this behind us. And one by one, we said yes. And so I erroneously thought, and I should have listened to my wife, and she's probably watching this on TV right now, I should have reached out to all of you through whatever mechanism. This was my understanding of our response to the superintendent. I did not do it intentionally. I really thought that the superintendent did. She was asking us. She wanted to know if she had to prepare over spring break for this to, you know, disintegrate another meeting. And so it wasn't with malice, it wasn't with intent, it wasn't sneakiness, but it gets down to the point that I made early on as we began our relationship. Do not allow the Sunshine Law to inhibit us from working through our issues. Call Mr. Dye, publicly noticed it. And you were very upset over that not being in the agenda, and you contacted several people, except for me. And you could have spoken with Mr. Dye and said, look, I don't know what's going on here.
I did.
And that was Friday, and I came out Saturday and told everybody I was going to add it back onto the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the way I reacted to it. I innocently thought that we had decided we were not going to spend any more time on these issues on April 10th. And so I apologized. I reached out to Mr. Kennedy. I said, I'm putting it on. I have no problem with it being put on the agenda. And I will also promise you, I will try to listen to my wife. All right? Because she hit it right on the nail. She said, don't just remove it from the agenda. Let them know why you're removing it from the agenda. And I just thought there was an understanding, and maybe I'm just, you know, at any rate. So again, here's what has happened. We reacted on something we read in the newspaper, whether it's correct or not. We didn't consult with each other. We did not arrange for a meeting for us to sit down in an open forum and say, hey, guys, you know, this is what I heard. I mean, I had a whole scripture out of Matthew that talks about when Jesus said, look, if you think your neighbor has wronged you, go to your neighbor and talk with them. If you still don't get resolution, take some friends with you so you have witnesses and talk through it. The last place you want to end up is in court or in a public board meeting, you know, angry because you interpreted something that may not have been the way it was presented, or it was read in the newspaper. Not that the newspapers never get anything wrong, but I mean, to react to things in the newspaper can really cause problems with an organization. So what I ask, and I continue to ask, is I think we had up until this point, and I think we are still having a good meeting. We did the people's work. We're on that pathway. Much of our problems are communication. That is why the work that we've been doing with the Florida School Board Association in their master board training has been helpful. We have gained momentum and we have improved after every meeting. I'm not perfect. I will never be perfect. But that was, so you're angry because of something I did innocently, and had we had a discussion about it, maybe you wouldn't have been so angry. And that's it. I mean, it's just, I think we are on a good pathway. I would like to see us continue to move forward.
Can I respond to that really quick?
Yes, ma'am, for response. Oh,
By our own
Mr.
protocol, I am lit up to speak, and.
I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
Let me go to it.
Screen thing.
Oh, right.
Okay, I have Mr. Minor, or did you already speak in that round?
I think it's my turn.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure this is making things better or worse. First of all, as has been noted, our board attorney under our bylaws is our parliamentarian. Our parliamentarian issued his opinion, to which he responded the chair's ruling, and that is the crux of the problem right there. The chair does not issue rulings. The chair serves at the pleasure of the board. So if a majority of the board would like to take an action, then we can take this action. And I think if Mr. Dye had given you an opinion that you liked, then we just move on like this. So I think we really need to deal with this question. I think we need to find out if there are 3 votes to rescind our leadership elections.
Well, okay, except that it is not in order and it's an illegal motion, so you don't vote on it. Now,
but
Mr. Minor went through the proper course, was to appeal it. Okay,
I'd like to make a motion to appeal.
Okay, let me just explain how that works. Had his motion to appeal been seconded, then it would have gone to a vote, but it requires a 2/3 majority, which means you would need 4 votes. Now,
No.
I'm just, it is.
Mr. Chair, you are not the parliamentarian under the law. You're making decrees that are not supported by the law. The parliamentarian is Mr. Dye. He has given an opinion about how to proceed, and it seems like you're just trying to filibuster what is proper under the law. And I think that Mr. Kennedy has it right. I think that the proper procedure is to proceed with a vote. And I think that if the chair is going to try to block the proper legislative and procedures of this, we just go ahead and vote anyway. And I don't think that it sounds like we don't have an alternative. There is a motion on the table. It's been seconded. The parliamentarian says it is proper, and we can go ahead and vote on this. And I'm going to vote yes.
I'm still chairing the meeting.
Well,
and the finding of the chair is that is an illegal motion. And I assure you, I do have, I'm on steady ground. I'm on steady ground. So even if it were, I mean, that's the ruling of the chair.
Yeah.
And
You,
yes, you may.
And this is exactly the problem. You are declaring yourself on steady ground without consulting this board. And this board as a body is not 5 individuals. We are one person. We are one voice. And that voice is spoken by the majority, not by the chair or the vice chair or one member.
But we're talking about procedure. My suggestion is there are resources that we can access to determine if this is correct. It's very clear in statute that the chair is elected for the term of 1 year and until a replacement is elected. Technically, in order for me to be removed as chair, the governor would have to remove me from office, or in this election year, I don't get elected to the board. We can go to Neola. I mean, what needs, at this point, what needs to be weighed is, what are we gaining by doing this? It is going to be, disputed. I don't think that's in the best interest of the board. I am just trying to follow the procedures and the rules, and I have looked at this, and I have consulted experts, And I think we as a board should follow our rules, and we can take another look at it. But from a procedural perspective, it is the chair's discretion with regards to determining whether something is in order or not.
Mr. Chair, you couldn't be more wrong. We have, the opinion of the parliamentarian that it's proper to proceed with the vote.
Who
Now,
acknowledged he's not a parliamentarian.
I am sorry, that is wrong also. He is the parliamentarian, for this board. And the opinion is that it is proper to proceed with a vote on the motion. When, the chair says, well, I just determined we're not going to do that because, well, I think something else is more authoritative than what, under our rules and our law, is the word about what is proper. I think that's, is terribly out of line.
Just forgive me, I have to go use the restroom, I'm sorry.
What?
I have to use the restroom.
Okay,
Sorry.
I guess then, can we adjourn for 5 minutes? Because a member has to go to the restroom. I think it's politeness.
Okay, Mr. Minor moves that we have a 5-minute recess.
I'll second that.
Without objection, we are in recess.
I apologize.
That's
I was desperate.
All right, members, now that we are back to, and I probably allowed a little bit more allowed to, but we had a discussion. Where we were, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy's motion was ruled by the chair to be an illegal motion. It was out of order. Mr. Minor appealed the chair's decision. It was not seconded. Therefore, the motion dies. It dies. Now, we can ask Mr. Dye, who's the parliamentarian, with regards to that parliamentary procedure. Mr. Dye.
Mr. Chair, I agree with that.
Thank you.
I think the motion died for the lack
Yes.
of the second to the appeal.
Yes. Now, members, if we can please move to item number 2. Oh, it died. It died. It died.
I'm going to second
It died. It died.
Not Mr.
We can.
Kennedy's motion. Mr. Kennedy just made a motion. I'm seconding his motion to appeal.
It died. There is no motion. It's not on the agenda. Let's please move to item number 2.
I'm going to appeal
The motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to add Mr. Norm Nelson.
I'm sorry. There are public comment for this item,
Which item?
the item that you are moving past. There was public comment. Sign up for that, for this item that you're moving past.
No, I
Number
wasn't moving
1,
past it.
Motion to rescind, there was a public comment. Sign up for that. That we never got to because we didn't ever do anything further. So I'm just letting you know, I don't know what protocol is now at
Because
this point,
there is no motion to make comments on because the motion died. The motion died. That's the
Okay,
process.
well, it was Ms. Scheich, and she says, all righty then,
Okay.
all righty.
So now, members,
Mr.
item
Chair,
number.
Mr.
item-
Kennedy had a motion, and you're not recognizing his motion, and I've seconded his motion.
We have moved past that agenda item. We're
No,
now
we haven't.
on, yes,
No,
we
we
have.
haven't.
According
I'm
to
gonna
the
appeal-
parliamentarian.
I'm going to appeal that to the parliamentarian.
According to the parliamentarian, the motion died. It died. It's no
My-
longer
my
in
mo-
existence.
He ruled my motion died. He hasn't ruled on Mr. Kennedy's motion.
No. Yours wasn't even a factor because
Let the parliamentarian determine that.
Is it the same motion? If it's the same motion, it died.
It died.
Mr. Kennedy had a motion.
Okay, we are now on old business, item number 2, the motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to add Mr. Norm Nelson, Mr. Susan Harrington, and Mr. Larry Simmons as committee members.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Kennedy, I think that was
point-
your motion.
Point of order. I made a motion to appeal, which Mr. Minor seconded it. Then you were going to appeal to the parliamentarian. Now you're steamrolling over that too. Like, this is exactly the problem. Like, let the majority of the board speak. You do not speak for us. The majority speaks.
We already handled your motion.
I made a motion to appeal, which Mr. Minor seconded it.
You made a
Which
motion
you
to
are-
appeal
which you are
after
ignoring.
his motion to appeal failed, which killed the bill. They killed the motion. So there was no longer a motion to appeal. It had already been killed. When you made the motion, I ruled it out of order. Mr. Minor moved to appeal, and it wasn't seconded. At that moment, it died. That's the procedure. Those are the rules. Those are the rules in our bylaws that we have to follow. Part of conducting a meeting is to follow the rules as best we can.
When they suit your argument, follow the rules.
Mr. Hopes, I think it's an unwise person who seeks to rule when a majority does not wish him to continue to rule. And I think that, you're doing everything to block a motion at this point would only lead to, at the next meeting, being brought it up.
Just
And-
as a
and
point of
I-
information, chairmen don't rule. They're first among equals. They don't rule.
Well, I don't think he's acting like.
Okay, Mr. Minor, your comments are out of order. We are now
I
on
think the chair
old.
is out of order.
We are.
I think that Mr. Kennedy made a motion that was seconded.
We are.
And you haven't consulted the parliamentarian as to Mr. Kennedy, making a motion and being seconded.
We are now on old business number 2. The motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to add Mr. Norm Nelson, Mrs. Susan Harrington, and Mr. Larry Simmons as committee members. If I recall, Mr. Kennedy, this was your motion in the last meeting.
Going through my Robert's Rules for Dummies. So I can't make a motion to reconsider because you're claiming that my motion to appeal, which was seconded, is out of order, even though the motion to rescind, okay, the motion to rescind is dead because you're saying it's dead, and now you're saying the motion to appeal is dead because you say it's dead.
Well, the motion to rescind is out of order. According to the rules, your motion to rescind is out of order because you cannot rescind an election of an officer.
Which our parliamentarian says is in order.
But
you are saying it's out of order.
Okay.
And our
We've
bylaws
already
say
gone through
the
the
chair
procedure.
is not the parliamentarian.
We can
This is
have
very
somebody
simple.
review it. Do we want to continue the meeting or not?
I would like you to respect the will of the board and allow a vote on this. That's all I'm asking. But you refuse to even allow this board to speak.
Because it is not an allowed.
Because you are
motion.
scared of the outcome.
No, I'm not scared of the outcome. Look, you can bring this up again. All I'm saying is,
Okay.
can we do the people's business? It's 10:30.
Let's do this. Let's deal with it
Okay.
now and end it.
I don't think we need to have the chair call it. We can vote right now. And I think that those who favor the motion to rescind, can speak up.
You know what
It
becomes
doesn't-
exceptionally interesting to me? Since I haven't had my 5 minutes, Mr. Minor, and you've spoken about 4 times. Okay, I'm going to say it. I'm tired of this. This is ridiculous. You want to be Sarasota that bad? Go live there. They're having all these kinds of trouble. Now, we had a board meeting. We had a board workshop with the Florida School Board Association. Their parliamentarian, their trainer was here. We went through an entire meeting. We talked it out. Everybody apologized. We said we would have one-on-one meetings with Mr. Dye anytime somebody had a grievance. Okay? Mr. Minor and Mr. Hopes both shook hands. I have a picture right here if anybody would like to see it. I sent it to the newspaper. Of course, they didn't publish it. There's the picture right there for anybody who wants to see it. Now, they've all agreed this was behind us. I expect them as board members to keep their word. Yet here we are over some petty grievance, sitting back here, wasting hours on this. Because, this is ridiculous. Keep your word. If you can't keep your word, say so. Admit it. Admit it. You won't keep your word because that's where we're going. And I expect everybody to keep their word. That's all you've got. I'm really disappointed in you, Mr. Minor. And Charlie, you and I get along a lot.
We do.
I'm just disappointed that it has deteriorated to this level of pettiness. It's uncalled for.
I completely agree.
Let us just move on. You want to vote for things that he doesn't like? Vote for them. There's 4 of us. He doesn't get to do anything we don't get to do. What, you're worried about symbolism? There's an election coming up. We're all up 1, 2, 3. We're up for re-election. We may not be here. That's up to those people out there. And I, for one, feel we should do their business. Mr. Minor, on the other hand, is in office for another 2 years, so he can throw monkey wrenches. And that's unfair of me to say that. I understand that. But I expect him to keep his word. I know Gina always keeps her word. And Charlie, generally you do as well. I've never had a problem with you. But this is petty. This is dumb, and this makes us look like I don't know what. Let's just move on. Do what we have to do for the district. You got your money? Move on. Show us what you're going to do with it. Show us what we as a board need to do with it. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is ludicrous. This is not worthy of any of us. I've sat here and listened to it. And I don't need 5 minutes. I just expect us all to keep our word that we gave in that board meeting with outside people. Do you know what that's going to make us look like on the state level? They're going to say, oh, that board, oh, they're crazy. They just tell us something and then they turn around and change it because they're a bunch of liars. I gave my word, you gave your word, and you were very magnanimous about it. You apologized 3 times to Mr. Hopes. That's right. And I applauded you for it, if you remember. That's why I took the picture, because I was so happy that we had gotten past this, that we could go forward as a board together. I thought it was great. Dr. Green wanted us to move forward as a board. But we can't do that if we keep deteriorating back into this pettiness. We need to move on now. That's it, I'm done.
All right, members, we do
Mr.
need.
Chair, I move we adjourn the meeting.
In all fairness to the superintendent, she has things that need to be approved. She really has an organization to run. She needs us to give her the resources that she needs as the CEO and superintendent of this district. We need to make sure that we do the work that she and the district need us to do first. Now, we had made incredible progress tonight in this meeting, up until this point. Now, can we get on with the agenda and move through the rest of the old business? Mr. Kennedy, item number 2 under old business, your motion.
I'd like to make a motion, we reconsider my motion to rescind. Look, folks, I understand this is frustrating, but this is just the basic functioning of a 5-member board. One person does not rule. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but the majority should be allowed to speak for this board. Mr. Colon, I thought we had a great meeting on that Friday too, but things have changed since then.
Nothing has changed. Keep your word.
May I speak? And when I started speaking, when this item opened.
All right. We really need to work through the agenda.
So you're
We're working through the orders of the day. We are now on old business number 2. Do you want to make the motion? It's your item.
I would like to make a motion that the chair of the board respects the majority voice of this board. I know that's not on the agenda, but I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I know I can't do that, but.
Can we please?
This is embarrassing. I agree with you. This is embarrassing because this is
Would someone else like to make Mr. Kennedy's motion number 2?
Unbelievable.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn the meeting.
Mr. Chair, point of order. The audience doesn't run the meeting or make comments from the.
Okay.
All right, I'll make the motion. I make a motion to amend the Citizen Advisory, Financial Advisory Committee to add Mr. Norman, Ms. Susan Harrington, Mr. Larry Simmons as committee members.
Is there a second?
I will. Wow. I'll second it.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy has seconded. We are now on the motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to add Mr. Norm Nelson, Ms. Susan Harrington, and Mr. Larry Simmons as committee members. For debate, members.
I just can't believe we're here, that's all.
Mr. Kennedy,
Sorry?
you're signed on for debate?
Oh, that was from previous, sorry.
Dr. Green?
I'll go away.
Oh, yes. Ms. Martin.
Ms. Martin, come on down.
Speakerphone's stuck.
It doesn't show up on the computer.
Again, good evening. At the last March 23rd school board meeting, I witnessed a possible misuse of the Sunshine Law. It started with a board member suggesting to remove the chairman, using Solinski's Rules for Radicals, number 14, which stated, pick a target, freeze a target, personalize it, and
Ms. Martin,
polarize it.
we're past that. We're on the
I'm
appointment of
sorry.
the, we're on the appointment of the new Citizens Financial Advisory
Oh.
Committee members.
Which you were also signed up for that.
So,
Forget it.
well, you're
We
probably
kinda know
signed up,
already.
you're probably signed up for the later ones under new business, I would think. Is she under new business or?
No, that was this, it was this one.
Okay.
That was it, that's the last
All
one,
right.
comments, but.
With that, members, we are now on debate. Mr. Kennedy, since this really was your original motion, would you like to begin debate?
No, I would just like us to approve these three members.
Mrs. Messenger?
I just had one question. Since we put these people on there, Miss Bayer sent us some documents. I don't know if you saw what she had sent us. I have not. Judy Bayer sent us things today. I think she sent it to all of us. Yeah, she did. She sent it at 4 something in the afternoon, though.
Well, we were in meetings.
Well, one of the things that she sent several different things, but one of the things that she had sent was the addresses of all of the members that we've already appointed. Because she and I have been talking back and forth. She's been asking about which members we had appointed. I told her who we had already appointed and who also was up for appointment tonight, because that was one of her questions. And she pointed out a few different things, really a lot of data, and I'm a data person, so I really liked all the data she sent us, and so if you have a time to look at the data, I think it's important. But one of the things that she pointed out was Susan Harrington, and I don't know, it says here that she's a professor at SCF, is that who she is?
Oh, if you remember, Mr. Chair, if I may, she,
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy.
She is the parent and grandparent who emailed all 5 of us. This was now 2-3 weeks ago. I apologize. I don't have her bio up in front of me. I can't.
Okay. Well, my only concern was that the information that Judy gave us, and I don't know, it says that she actually lives in Sarasota County. Everyone else on our list lives in Manatee County, but the address that she gave us for Susan Harrington, and maybe it's a different Susan Harrington, I don't know. I'm just telling you, the information that we were given today says she lives in Sarasota County. Do you know that to be false or true, or? I don't, that's my only concern there. She seems like she'd be a great person to put on there. And one of the things that Judy had pointed out when she looked at the demographics of this current committee, including the people that we could possibly appoint tonight, she was talking about like female to male ratios and other demographics and having a proper representation of how our community would be represented. And I support a lot of things that she's saying, and I think we had already talked about a lot of those things previously, but that to me is just a concern if we don't know whether she's a Sarasota resident or a Manatee County resident and overseeing this money.
I think Mrs. Saunders has information.
And maybe, well, not a question, I have information about her, but it might be that she's got the wrong, it's Harrigan. Maybe she's using the wrong last name, it's Harrigan.
Okay.
And she doesn't work, she's, and she lives in Manatee County.
Okay.
Her,
That's probably my error then, because I
Well,
think
we
when I
might
typed it
have-
to her, I think I put a TON, but
yeah,
I copied it from the
it's
board
Harrigan.
work, so.
She was,
Why is it that I did?
she helped co-chair the millage tax on this last referendum. She lives here, she has children and grandchildren, and I don't know her exact address, but I know her children were zoned for Stewart Elementary, so I
Okay,
can
so-
give you that much,
So
specifics.
she's
but
definitely, well, then I
she
will just
doesn't
point out then
live
that the
in
name
Sarasota.
is spelled
You're
incorrectly in
right,
this
so it
document
could
then.
be that
Okay,
the person that you listed that they're thinking teaches at SEF could be the
I
one
understand.
described, but
Okay.
no, she does not teach at college.
perfect. Okay, thank you very much. That was my only concern. So are we gonna somehow, I mean,
Right.
that's obviously not the correct name listed there then.
Okay, Mr. Minor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know for certain that Susan Harrigan was in Manatee County, and I know she was active in Stewart, fundraising, and I'm not sure, she lives here, and I know her husband, and I think is misspelling. I do think that Mrs. Messenger raises a valid concern about, the composition, of this finance or this oversight, committee, which really hasn't been discussed. We were using Sarasota's template, for this oversight committee. Their template provided that the committee would be consisted of 10 persons. I think we're over 10. I think all the applicants certainly are, good people, but I think we need to maybe pause for a moment and, think about how the larger your committee gets, the more cumbersome it gets in terms of performance, and to what extent diversity, has a role in the composition of the committee, and we haven't done that. I'm just sort of laying factors why maybe it is appropriate to pause and reschedule this for the next meeting, and maybe have a workshop. We haven't formally adopted any kind of rules of procedure or anything like that for this committee, and I think it would be better if we put the horse before the cart, and that's my suggestion. I guess I'm making a motion for continuing this this matter at least until the next meeting, or maybe the meeting after that, or until such time as we adopt. Maybe we adopt the Sarasota procedures, which certainly have worked for them with modification, but I think we ought to have something in place before we go adding more members at this time. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. Messenger.
It was my understanding that we already have agreed to a document by which this committee will function. I think the only thing that we had never really confirmed was and I think this was, and I actually went back
January. We get
and watched this past week the board meeting when we created this committee. And I think if that one of the things that we had talked about was possibly for the next few committee members to come up with some other type of way to make sure that it was a more balanced committee. However, I support the 3 members that Mr. Kennedy has brought forward. I think it would be extremely beneficial for this committee to have somebody that is a former school board member. I think it would be extremely beneficial to have somebody that comes to every single school board meeting and is willing to stand up at that podium and call us out on our shenanigans anytime we need to hear it, which is Mr. Nelson. And, you know, to me, having that on this committee is paramount. I don't know Miss Harrigan, but if she's a parent, I think that that is also very valuable. So, while I do understand your point of view, like I don't know if we ever really came to a firm understanding of the best way to pick the members. I feel like these three represent different groups that I think should be represented as part of this finance committee. So I support these three.
Any other members for debate? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to amend the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to add Mr. Norm Nelson, Ms. Susan Harrigan, if we can correct that spelling in the minutes, and Mr. Larry Simmons as committee members, all in favor, aye? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Show the motion carrying. Number 3, the motion to direct the district to use the Department of Education state-approved plan for the 15-16 school year to recalculate the evaluation scores for AP, IB, and ACE teachers. Specifically, a confidence band should be created for each subject taught by each teacher, and a 0.5 standard deviation should be used. No international, national, or direct comparisons should be applied to the scores, as that was not included in the state-approved plan. After completing the calculations, teachers who were negatively, and then
Impacted by the error should be compensated.
Okay. Impacted by the error should be compensated. Mr. Kennedy, I believe that was your original motion. Would you like to make that motion?
Can I make a substitute motion or a suggestion? And this way, Mr. Kennedy can approve it or not approve it, but just, I wrote it down because I thought it might be a little easier. I don't have enough copies for everybody, but you can pass that down to board members. I make a motion to pay any AB, IB, or AICE teacher who qualifies with a highly effective rating for the 2015-16 school year based upon their combined professional development plan, instructional practice, and student learning growth score when the score is calculated using the state of Florida DOE-approved plan for the 2015-16 year, which includes creating a teacher confidence band with a 0.5 standard deviation. No additional qualifiers, such as national, international, or district standards, shall be utilized in the calculation other than those identified in the DOE-approved plan, and no criteria created subsequent to December 2015 shall be applied. Any teacher who qualifies as highly effective under this motion's criteria shall be compensated by the district, let's say within 14 days, in the amount of the equivalent to what other teachers have already received under the said program. This motion shall not affect any previously paid teachers and any effort by any person to impede the enforcement. I don't like the last word, but we want to move forward with this immediately. I think this makes it very clear, it's concise, and it takes care of the teachers. I don't want to belabor this or have to hire any more outside attorneys. I think we have an attorney we hired up in Tampa that we're paying, is that correct? So this will just move us forward.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, hold on a second. All right.
Take out the words not tolerated. I hate that word.
I scratched it out.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I really hate to bring up procedural issues at this point, but
Okay.
I think you have a motion already pending, the one that Mr. Kennedy made at the last meeting.
Right.
That made it to your agenda. So that's the one
That's
that's
why I
currently
asked
on the
Mr.
table.
That's why I
So-
asked Mr. Kennedy if he wanted to
Yeah, so
make his
If
motion.
Mr. Kennedy agrees, if he doesn't, you know, I just want to be concise for the teachers'
So-
benefit. I think this moves it behind us.
So
we can
we're
just
on the
go
old business, so one alternative, if Mr. Kennedy
And that's my point,
appreciates
Mr.
it.
Chairman, is that either Mr. Kennedy withdraws his motion
Right.
and substitutes this one,
So-
and then it needs to get a second, and then you can get
Right,
into
so,
discussion.
so procedurally, Mr. Kenny, what you could do is withdraw it, Mr. Cologne can make his motion, or you can make your motion, it could be seconded, and then Mr. Cologne
It
could
could be
offer
Mr.
a
Kennedy's
friendly.
motion.
Or,
It's basically the same. It can be Mr. Kenny's motion.
Okay.
I'd be happy to
so
second
we just
it.
do, we procedurally do need it in its proper posture.
Okay. If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Since I made this motion at the previous meeting, there has been steps taken in the case, there have been new developments in the case.
Okay.
Or in the, whatever the proper term is for what's going, the grievance.
Settlement offer's been made.
Yeah, so there, new developments have taken place, which have gotten us much closer. So I think, because, Mr. Cologne, I think our motions are pretty much the same thing.
Very similar. Yeah. I just want to move it forward now and stop paying outside people.
Well, but that's my point, is that there's an offer that has been made to the other side. And I guess, Mr. Chair, I would suggest we make a motion to postpone this or to table it, Mr. Dye, whichever is more proper, to the next meeting, because by the next meeting, this may be a moot point.
How about this? If it's not settled by the next meeting, this motion goes into effect.
You already make a new motion.
How's that?
Why don't,
I just want to say, may I speak, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Titlebaum?
Okay. I want to say that, to begin with, the original motion itself by Mr. Kennedy, the district's position is we will follow the state plan that was submitted to DOE. But Mr. Serrana, by speaking up, was absolutely correct. There has been developments, and Mr. Kennedy is 100% correct as well. Things have changed. There's been negotiations. There's been productive discussions with the MEA to resolve this matter. And I would say at this point in time, I think it's fair that we have moved in the correct direction, and that we would like to see this thing resolved. And I for one do not want to pay outside counsel another dime.
So Mr. Kennedy, you can make a motion to table it?
I'll make a motion to table it till the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, the correct motion be to postpone it
Postpone
to the next meeting.
Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
all right.
I'd like to make a
We've heard
motion to postpone to the April 24th meeting. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, having been moved and seconded
I
to
was gonna second
postpone item number 3 to the next board's business meeting has been moved and seconded. Any debate? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Just as a point of information, I was not privy to those discussions, so I had no idea any movement was made. It was not discussed with board members.
I believe
Well, it
we
wasn't
all just
discussed with
want
me
to
anyway. Okay.
I think that everyone's
Oh, I'm
recognized we're
sorry.
all
Wow.
trying to do
You mean
right
there
by the
is a way to
teachers.
shut you up? Oh, man. I gotta remember that.
Okay, we have no new business items that were pulled from the consent agenda that I can recall. So members, we are now on new business. Dr. Green, item number 1.
I recommend approval of the budget amendments through February 2018.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, is there any discussion of debate? Hearing none, members all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Nay? No opposition. Dr. Green, item number 2.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the year-to-date financial statements through February 2018.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, the motion is to approval of the year-to-date financial statements through February 2018. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Dr. Green, item number 3.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the change order request with Cyber Global LLC and HTC Global Company in the amount of $366,549.
So moved.
Moved, seconded, I think show Mr. Minor moving the motion, Mr. Cologne seconding the motion.
Fine.
Members, on the motion to approve of the change order request with cyber, any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Sorry. Show it a passing. Dr. Green, item number 4. Oh, no, that's for the board. Item number 4, I think that's Mr. Cologne.
4.
Approval of
the
addition.
addition of Linda Scheich to the Citizens Advisory Committee is my motion.
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Kennedy. Members, we are on the motion to approve the addition of Linda Scheich to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Show it passing unanimously. Mr. Cologne, item number 5.
Approval of Mr. Hoover to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Kennedy. Members, we're on the approval to add Mr. Garen Hoover to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. Is there any debate? Hearing none, members, all in favor? Aye. Aye. Show it passing unanimously. Mr. Cologne, item number 6.
Okay. Approval of the addition of Dr. Richard Connard to the Citizens Financial Advisory Board.
Second.
Okay, having been moved and seconded, members, we're on the approval to add Dr. Richard Connard to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee for debate. Vice Chair Messenger.
Not debate, I have a question. Like I said, I went back and looked at and we had intended this committee to be 15
Correct.
people. This will make 16.
Except,
That's what I was gonna ask, is Maxfield. Somebody had brought up that, Maxfield is more involved with Lincoln Charter, and I didn't know what was going on with that. So is there an open spot or is there not? I haven't heard.
so with regards to that particular appointment, she requested that her name be removed because she thought she had a conflict. Then she sort of changed her mind, so she was removed, and legal counsel has determined that she has a conflict and would not be appropriate.
Okay.
So we accepted her withdrawal of her name. So with passage of Dr. Connard, we now have our 15 members. We can then ask Michelle to contact them and set up a first meeting.
And she's been notified of that, because the last thing I had heard was that she wanted to be on, and so I didn't.
We'll follow up in the morning and make sure that she was
She's
notified.
not, okay. Because she was here at some point, but now she's not, and we scared everybody away, so. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, having no further debate, members, all in favor of the appointment of Dr. Richard Connard to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? None. So congratulations. We now have our Citizens Financial Committee, all 15 members. We look forward to your hard work. We're sorry we can't pay you more, but
I'll bring donuts.
all right, regular meeting agenda request and workshop items.
Yep.
Mrs. Messenger, you're recognized.
I've got a list
Okay,
for workshops.
all right.
I'd like to have, I hate to stack the deck. I don't know how we're doing on workshops, but I really felt that there were certain things that really were necessary, just for all of us. One would be the RFP process.
That's a good one.
Another one, I would like to have a workshop on unfair labor practices, the laws behind that. I really think that we would benefit from having a school board bylaw discussion and presentation. So that's 3. Sorry, I know I'm stacking the deck. And probably lumped in with that, I'd love to have a conversation where we can create a singular focus for the board. That was something else I had on there. Probably going in with the unfair labor practices is a conversation or a presentation about union contracts. I think that was it. So sorry about that, but I really feel like some of those things are necessary. So do I need to repeat those?
I think we've got them.
Sorry. Okay, thanks.
Any other members, now that Vice Chair Messenger has filled the docket for the rest of the year?
I do think
No,
they're
I'm kidding,
necessary.
I'm kidding.
I do
No, it
think
is,
they're
no,
absolutely
they're
necessary.
great recommendations. Any others? All right, then we are now on legal update. Mr. Dye.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I didn't really have anything until our discussion earlier this evening. I'm going to say, though, I'm going to recommend or suggest that from my seat at least, you should gather all your copies of Roberts and put them in a pile and burn them. And the reason I'm saying that is that your book of order, your rules of procedure should help you get through the evening. It shouldn't be an impediment to getting your work done. In my view, every board I've ever worked with, every public body, every chairman from this body that I've ever worked with, I've told them, get rid of Roberts. It's way too complicated. It's well over 700 pages long, and you were quoting scripture earlier this evening, and it reminded me that, the Lord God gave Moses just 10 commandments, So if that was important enough to do in 10, we ought to be able to winnow it down. So my suggestion, and I think it's in line with Mrs. Messenger's suggestion, is to try to find a way to bring as many of your procedural rules into your own document as you can, so you don't rely as heavily on Roberts as the current bylaws make you do. I've got several that I've prepared over the years that can be a template to work off of, tack them on to the Neola bylaws, and then go from there.
And not to digress, and I should have brought up under workshops, I was approached by some of our FFA instructors who offered in help of preparing their student teams that are going to the parliamentary competitions to do a workshop with us. And I suggested, as they're preparing, that they could actually do a workshop with us on parliamentary procedures, the top 8 most common motions and procedures, and we would actually sit in the audience and they would play us and walk through their presentations. So I'll add that. And I think you're right, and Mr. Dye, as you're aware, you and I have discussed on numerous occasions, we really should go to our bylaws and update them and enhance them and minimize the reliance on Robert's Rules of Order. With that being said, instructional update, Mrs. Saunders.
I think it's important to note that we began state testing today. The order of business is definitely occurring. I just want to commend all the hard work that our third graders and our teachers have taken to date to prepare, and I know we're going to see very positive outcomes. So I just wanted us all to be mindful of where we are and what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Serrano.
It's nice to know that we could all be replaced by Milo, and I think he was an exemplary example of great behavior. He was calm, patient, never tires, and was very polite. And hopefully, we all learned a little something from him this evening.
So he's not human.
Thank you. Dr. Green, finally.
Oh, yeah. I want to say also our 2 teachers who came and said thank you to the board and to our community for passing the 1 mil referendum. I just want to say thank you because you have definitely a very challenging job, especially at Horizon Academy, our alternative school. And so we made the choice as a board and senior leadership team to move forward with that referendum because we knew the impact it could not only have for our employees, but the impact that it will have for our students. And that is the #1 priority in all the decisions that we make, especially from this chair as superintendent. So I want to thank our community. Right now, it doesn't matter whether you voted yes or no. We now have, we've been given marching orders, we've been given a certain amount of dollars, and now we have a finance committee to ensure that what we've stated on that ballot is going to come to fruition. And I know in our partnership with MEA, ASME, and any of our all of our unions, we have that same commitment to work together to ensure that this is moving forward as quickly as possible. I do want to say to the board, we have to get it together, and I don't care how we get it together, because this school district is right on the cliff of excellence. And
Thank you, Reverend Allen.
and our employees, I am not worried about our children. I truly am not, because they are focused on their everyday lives, about what happens at their school, but that is not the case for our employees. Now, it is a sad state of affairs that my employees stay up, get popcorn to come watch this meeting. We are here to do the meeting, as Mr. Colon said, the people's work. This is a meeting about, tonight we approved millions of dollars of expenditures for a number of things, and those things are very important because they impact the day-to-day operations of the school district. And whether people like it or not, the superintendent is responsible for the 7,000 employees. And when I have to face them, and I am very diplomatic when I talk about the school board, there is not a single one of you could ever say that I've said anything negative. But as a board, or we call ourselves senior leadership, we better get our act together, because our schools have it together and they're moving forward. So I would much rather be in sync with them moving forward, or we make a decision that we're just gonna continue to bicker. But as the superintendent, we will move this school district forward, and we are gonna do the right things for students. And it doesn't matter the comments that we get, it doesn't matter what people think, but what does matter is that I work for the 5 of you. And I want to feel comfortable talking to any one of the 5 of you. I do not need to be walking on eggshells. In fact, I won't walk on eggshells. But what I am going to do is stand here and provide leadership for this school district. And yes, we have an ERP system. It has been a difficult challenge. But the fact that our employees continue to commit, and they are here, and they are working through it, and they are doing what they need to do, even through the challenges, through the criticisms, they continue to work hard. They continue to ensure that we're going to keep our students safe, whether it's through cybersecurity or, as this board has agreed to do, through physical safety of having law enforcement officers on all of our campuses. We were the first in the state. The school board and the superintendent were the first in the state to do such actions for our children. So let's not fall back into this dark place that other boards have been. We need to step it up and move forward. And for me, it doesn't matter about the chair or you're a member. I treat you all with respect, and I hope that you feel that you can talk to me and that we have a respectful dialogue. Will we agree on everything? Absolutely not, because I got a nice curveball tonight. And will you agree with everything that I think we need to be doing for you? Absolutely not. But having debate and making a decision is all we're asking for. Tonight, we made a decision on redistricting North River High School. That was not the original plan that was brought before the board. The board made a decision. We are telling you that's going to be a challenge for Lakewood Ranch, but we will deal with it. And so, as the superintendent, I now know what I need to do for the school district. And so I am just asking this board, please, let's bring it in and come together for the betterment of our community. Today, I had a phenomenal opportunity to talk to donors along with Dr. Thompson and Dr. Halpin, And we have donors who are wanting to give thousands of dollars to support our initiatives such as SOAR and 4. But when they see this, I have to now go out there and say, no, it's not what you see. It really isn't what you think. Because I do know each of you in a professional manner that I know you want what's best for Manatee County. So I'm just asking, out of respect of the 7,000 employees, please, let's come together, resolve the issue, how it's going to be resolved, and move forward. We are bringing in, as of March 20th, we will be bringing in almost $1 billion to run this school district, operations and capital. And when we have to move forward with projects, and I'm saying this because of a comment that was made, our requirements is that those budgets are based on the last project completed. When was the last time we built a high school? It was Braden River High School. So the budget's based on the last project. Time has moved, times have changed, prices have changed. Therefore, once we get into the project, we will find out this will work, that will not work. The construction department follows every single standard and law that is put in for construction services. We are not only audited by our internal audit, but we do our own internal auditing to ensure that we are stating the information correctly. So I am excited that we now have a finance committee. I look forward to our first meeting, and I hope that that will be soon, because as the district, we are not going to wait. We are moving forward. Whatever needs to be brought to the board, we will bring it to the board. And if the finance committee needs to be involved, then we need those meetings to start happening. I am very proud of the school district of Manatee County. Sarasota did not pass their 1 mil on the first go-round. We did get it over by 1,500 votes. So that meant every vote counted to make this happen, not only for our teachers and employees, but for our students and our community. And now it's time for us to step up and make the school district of Manatee County the beacon that it needs to be for Manatee County. I could say more, but I think I've made my point.
You have.
Thank you to our staff. Thank you. I just appreciate you being here. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate our cooperation and collaboration amongst our unions and ASME. They're not here tonight, but just thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. For board comments, Mr. Cologne.
Well, I see they didn't start the clock running when she started talking, but I'm sure they will for me. Yeah, it's all right.
The bylaws apply to board members.
You see, once again, as usual, I've been put in my place. See, somebody can do it. Once again, I was not a big fan of the way we did the election. Everybody knows that. It's no secret. But as a good board member, I came together with the rest of the board when it was passed. I didn't go out and write editorials. I didn't go on television and jump up and down and scream about it. I didn't wave signs on the street corner, because that's not what a good board member does. We can agree to disagree, but then we come together and move forward. And that's what I did, and that's what I expect the rest of our board to do. That's what's important. We are here to do the business of the school district of Manatee County. We are not here to fulfill our egos. We're not here to make pronouncements. We're not here to be dictatorial. That's not our purpose. And, Mr. Kennedy and I can disagree sometimes, but in the end, we come together, just like we did this evening. I always want us to come together as a board to move forward. There's 5 votes here. Anybody can be overridden by the other 4. What's important is we are board members. I also want to say that, yes, the ERP is over budget, but I am 100% behind it. Angie's doing a good job. Rob's doing a great job as well. I want us to move forward. Because as I said earlier, not to be redundant, we're way down that road, and we need to adapt. We need to make Manatee County the best school district in the state. And the only way to do that is to get our computer systems running, to get behind the superintendent, to get behind the students, to get behind our staff, including our bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and everyone else. I want to thank Pat Barber from the union because they did the right thing. They came together with us. They supported everything we were doing. And that's critical because it should never be an adversarial relationship between a union and the school board. We are partners. We're in this together. And we have to remember that. Everything here is about a partnership. Mr. Serrano and I will disagree on things, but he always ends up winning. But we won't discuss that. But he's very good-natured about it, and I don't mind. I think it's very critical that we not let what happened tonight happen again. This is not a joke to me. I believe in keeping my word. I have always kept it here, and I expect everybody else to do the same. And I don't think it's a big thing to keep your word. As I said earlier, that's all we've got. And the people of Manatee County want us to come together and move forward. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr. Clement.
I want to thank the superintendent for her leadership because she has, once again, shown us the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clement.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long one. We've taken about 20 steps forward tonight. A lot of good stuff happened tonight. I apologize for my end of this distraction, and I would like to make a commitment to this board and my board colleagues that when I have a disagreement with one of you, I will keep it behind closed doors. And we will always have conflicts, but I would commit to you that those conflicts will not take place in the public eye from this moment forward. That said, I think we did some really great work tonight with the Lakewood Ranch, with the North River redistricting. And then our ASD teachers were here with Milo, and that really, it's moments like that, gets me refocused on why we were sitting up here and what we were doing this for. And a lot of thank yous have already been said, so I won't repeat any, but all those folks that had to sit through all this meeting tonight, I hope these folks get some comp time because they certainly deserve it. But
Don't be putting out promises.
a board directive for comp time. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Green, thank you. As has been said, thanks for your guidance and leadership through a lot of hard work and some rough stuff. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As this meeting progressed and I looked at the TV, I was reminded that there's a very wonderful lady who is very ill, and we all might read about her obituary in the next few days. I visited her last night, and we all are indebted to her for a role she played in making it so that this meeting and other government meetings are televised in Manatee County. I'm talking about Jackie Miller, who worked on the Cable Television Advisory Board and was a strong voice for the need to televise government meetings, and played an instrumental role in bringing together a consortium in this community to start with METV, televising this board meeting and the commission. So Jackie, she's known as Jackie Miller Church. So we love you, and God bless you. The past week, there was a luncheon of the Lakewood Ranch Rotary Club. I've been a Kiwanian for many years, and I'm partial to Kiwanis. But I go to Rotary meetings every once in a while, too, which is a community service organization like Kiwanis, and they do a great job. And on the program at the last Lakewood Ranch Rotary Club was their Books to Kids program, which is doing just wonderful things. Dr. Green was there. She was embraced. She was the object of great praise for being a big part of helping this program go to our Title I schools. And one of the moments I remember was when Ted Lindenberg asked her what she would like this program to do, and her remark was to be in all Title I schools of Manatee County. This is a program that started 4 years ago, and with its purpose to help raise the reading level of elementary school students. It started 4 years ago with 5 readers helping 100 children. That's quite something by itself. But now, then it went to 25, 54, 75 readers helping 1,500 children and distributing more than 11,000 books this past year. If you know Ted, you know he's an inspiration. He's one of those people who has a magnetic ability, to bring people together to do great things. And I salute you, Ted, too, and our friends with the Rotary Club in Lakewood Ranch. It was a very wonderful meeting. Dr. Green was the hit, as usually she is, and that was a pleasure and a privilege to be there. What I think that there has been so much in the last week or so of things going on. The art show down at the Art Center was wonderful. Out later that afternoon, the evening, the luncheon of all the advisory groups to Manatee Technical College, skills. When you have the whole central area of Manatee Technical College filled with citizen volunteers who are there to help the students, you really sense the great community involvement we have with the students who are learning, not just in our K through 12, but through postgraduate, to make this a better community. And that's what this all is about. And I think everybody here, we're community people. We're trying to make it a better community. May have some different ideas about how to go about it, but we're community people to make this a better place. And in my mind, that's what the idea of the 1 mil was. Helps make us a better community, makes us all better. And I'll just say that There's so many people came together to make that possible. I think Dr. Green pointed out that when Sarasota did it, first time, it just didn't work. But through the efforts of a lot of people and these fine teachers, and thank you for your kind words, we put it over the top. It's not an easy sell. You know, people are saying, you know, why should I pay more money? Well, the thing is, it makes it a better community, you know, for everybody, including, you know, everyone here. So I'm very proud that it occurred, and I feel privileged to have been a part of helping make that happen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Vice Chair Messenger.
Well, I'm trying to make it short and sweet because, well, but I really couldn't say any better than everything that Dr. Green said anyways, because she always says it better than anybody else ever could. So just that. And then also my goal was to make it through the board meeting, and so there's that. And also, I just want to say welcome to our new CFO, Heather Jenkins. She didn't get mentioned, and I just wanted to say welcome.
Stole my thunder.
I'm sorry. I take that back.
You borrowed it.
No
You
welcomes.
borrowed it.
That's Scott's thing now. So, but that's it. I'm short and sweet. Thanks.
Thank you. No, I really do want to congratulate and welcome Heather as our new CFO. And we all look forward to working with you, and thanks for meeting with us individually. Really appreciate it. You know, what I would like each of us to do is look at what we did accomplish today. This was a long day. We started off with a special meeting. We had a workshop. We brought closure to the redistricting issue of the North River High School. Over the course of this month, we empowered the staff, we empowered the leadership to come to us and let us know what your needs are. And they did. They worked hard, they came to us, and we did what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to provide and allocate the resources so that the superintendent, our CEO, can be successful. And so, even though we had a hiccup, and as I have often said, we're working through our own operating rhythm. And believe it or not, we get better each time. And so if you look at what we accomplished today in debate and in coming to decisions, we are doing the people's work. And we have all the components for this district to be #1 in the state. #1 in the state in student success, #1 in the state in fiscal efficiency. We've seated a finance committee, and we may have patterned it after Sarasota, but we've improved the way in which we've structured the finance committee. Yeah, our audit committee has been doing stellar work, exceptional work. And so what I would ask all of us to do is look at the successes we have had. Look how far we have come. And please, and Ryan, don't even ask me any questions because I have no comments. You know, let's continue to build our own individual relationships. As we build our own individual relationships with each other and we open up that dialogue and schedule these meetings, there is nothing wrong with us meeting to make sure that we understand each other. And so that would be my ask. We need to do this for the superintendent. We need to do it for our employees. And we need to do it for those 49,500 students that we're here for. And that's what the focus is. And I'm proud of what we've accomplished. I'm proud of how far we have come together. This isn't about individuals. You know, this is about a body coming together to ensure that the superintendent, the CEO, has all of the resources that she needs, because she will lead this district to success. We will be the model. Just look at the things that we have done in the past few months where we have been first. We have led the state in many areas, and we can continue that. And so let's come together. Let's set out our agendas. Let's do the people's work, and let's do it as a team. Now, I would say we can try rowing together or sailing, make sure we wear our life jackets. And with that, what I really want to do is wish Vice Chair Messenger a very easy delivery. We all look forward to seeing your new daughter, and keep us posted. I won't say send videos, but no. All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Green. Thank you, Dr. Green, for all you have done. Sure. I was trying to.
I do need to share, and I want to make sure I share it before tomorrow's meeting. Our SRO contracts, they're coming up, and we'll be discussing that at the tomorrow joint meeting.
It's tomorrow, almost tomorrow.
Yes. Well, yeah, it'll be in a few hours. Later on today. And our number, I don't know what I was thinking when I said our additional costs. It has always been 1.4, and somehow 1.8 came out my mouth. So need to correct that, and it's 1.4.
So you've just saved us $400,000.
Well, yeah, I just.
What a great job, great job.
So I just wanted you to know that before tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. With that, Mr. Kennedy moves, we adjourn.